It's a Tuesday morning. You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5 WCMF. How's it going, buddy?
Pretty good, buddy.
What's going on, female buddy?
Doing good, buddy.
49 degrees right now. We're going to get up into right around 60.
Nice.
No rain, ideally.
All right.
Right? It was getting soaking last night.
Yeah.
Tomorrow, high of 61 and sunny all day. 72 on Thursday. We're looking good, man.
It started to turn.
We're looking good.
Yeah.
Can't nothing happen wrong from here. Nothing can stop Rowan Gardner now. All right. I'm sorry. I'm deliriously tired right now.
Boy, whatever.
All right. So
You dress weird.
what?
You're dressed weird.
Well, you got like a thermal shirt,
I'm wearing a basketball jersey.
but you have a basketball jersey over it.
Well,
It's just a different look for you.
it's not tank season yet.
Yeah, I can't just.
Not bare arm season yet.
Yeah, I
it's-
got you.
It's,
All right.
it's 50 degrees
All
outside.
right, I got you.
No, it's my Jalen Pickett
Tommy
jersey.
wants to see a little chest hair.
You want to see some chest? No, we talked yesterday. Check it out. Pretty cool, huh?
Mile High City.
Denver Nuggets alternate jersey. No, we talked yesterday about how.
Oh, this is the kid?
Yeah.
Well, this is the kid from Aquinas, Jalen Pickett.
Ah, look at that.
Plays the Denver Nuggets. Nuggets lost last night, tight one
Ah, damn.
to the Clippers. But
Damn it.
Pistons won, even though McQuaid's Isaiah Stewart was held out with a knee issue. Not
Right.
great. But we had talked yesterday about how for the first time in Rochester history, we had 3 Rochester guys all active
Yeah.
in the NBA playoffs at the same time. Jalen Pickett scored again last night, back-to-back games with points in his
All right.
first NBA playoffs. So there you go.
Okay.
I now know you regret asking
I
about
sure do.
a basketball jersey. The reason I am so very tired.
Yeah, what are you doing?
My daughter, my oldest, had a sleepover last night.
Oh, so no peace in the house.
Okay, so first of all, I know a lot of kids went back to school yesterday.
Yeah, wait, yeah. That's
Some kids had the day off, but most everybody goes back today. My daughters don't go back to school till Wednesday.
They do seem
Because
to
of
have some
Catholics?
odd days off.
It's just like Catholic school stuff.
Yeah, when you go to Catholic school for some reason, and I had this too, you get all of the days off.
So they're going to take, why not just run a week out because the Pope died?
Yeah.
I don't
I
think
didn't
you
think about
cancel
that.
Just
school on
mourn
account
the
of-
Pope and then be done with it.
I don't think-
Come
know,
back,
like-
and then you got mourn the Pope Monday.
Yeah, like what are you really doing Thursday, Friday?
Nothing.
Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. They go back tomorrow.
They go back.
But it's
gonna
Wednesday.
be all Pope
Gotcha.
stuff.
It's not going to be all Pope
Bro,
stuff.
it's going to be solid Pope around that school. They're going to be
run?
poping all day.
Poping it out.
McQuaid'd be the same.
Poping it out.
Yeah.
So she has
So they're running crazy. This is your oldest daughter.
So, yeah, my 14-year-old. So I had 2 additional 14-year-old girls in my house last night. So here's the thing.
That's got to be hell.
So you,
Yeah.
very sweet girls. Very sweet
Yeah,
girls.
but they're kids.
Oh, my God. So it was one of those things where my wife planned all of it and didn't tell me anything about it.
Oh.
Right? And my wife and I and the kids, we're pretty open about like what's going on communication-wise. So this was a shock to me.
So she's got like activities set up or just things for the girls
Well,
to
just,
do? Or
I guess planning that it was going to happen.
All right. So here's the thing, Kimmy. And this is like a girl thing, too. I never remember this being a boy thing. It was one of her friend's birthdays.
Yeah.
So my daughter wanted to have like a birthday party sleepover for her friend.
Okay.
All right. So she wants to bake a cake.
Does your daughter
does?
bake?
No.
Like an easy bake or like straight up
It was like
adult
it
bake?
was
Like the Pillsbury, like the box cake.
Out of the box.
But
Out of
like
the box.
woman baking.
You got it. All right. So not only do I wake up from my nap to find out that these girls are coming over, and like there's my wife wants me to go to Chipotle to get dinner, and I'm like, I don't have time, so I was like, fine, I'll do it. I'm like, well, you planned all this. So my daughter is baking a cake. She bakes the cake. She's asking me all these questions. I'm trying to work on the show, and I'm like, hey, not now. Daddy's getting his work done.
Right.
You bake that cake and shut up.
Yes, I don't bake either. I don't have any answers to give
By the
you.
way, baking makes a mess.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like it just destroys the kitchen.
You think baking makes a mess? Have a 14-year-old
Yeah.
bake a cake and show me the mess. So she gets this red velvet cake. She mixes
Ooh,
up
that's
all
a
the
good cake,
ingredients.
though.
Fancy.
Sidebar: red velvet cake, lowest of the cake.
Yeah,
No,
I don't-
that's like-
no.
Gross.
I know people love it, and
It's
like,
a Southern thing, man.
I never understood it.
Southerners eat that stuff up.
So she puts all this together.
Eat a chocolate cake.
Thank you. Chocolate cake. And then she puts it in the oven.
Right.
And my wife goes, "We're going to Chipotle," and the girls are like, my daughter. So they leave.
Wait, so
It's not you're in charge of the cake.
So wait, but I forgot the cake was in there, and I'm like,
No.
I searched. Well, look, everything worked out,
I
but
mean,
I
it probably smelled
Happy
amazing.
Yeah, that was it.
birthday.
so like something smells delicious. So I call my daughter, and I'm like, hey, not for nothing.
Just set a timer.
Remember when you put the cake in the oven and just left the house?
Yeah, so she didn't set a timer?
No, so I had to every 5 minutes stick the toothpicks in to see if the
Oh.
cake was done.
But that slows the baking down.
I shut up, Bill
kills the
Nye.
process. Kills the process.
I don't care. It's a cake for a 14-year-old kid who's not mine.
Yeah, they
So-
don't care.
All right, so
Good enough.
cake comes out. One of the girls gets there before my family gets home.
Oh, so
that
awkward.
sucks.
I always hated that as a kid. Like, now I got to hang out with somebody's mom or dad for like 10 minutes.
Yeah.
And I had only met this girl twice before. So I'm like, hey, and she's very sweet and she's very engaging, but like I have things to do.
So,
Yeah.
what
So-
do you like?
But no, I was like,
Here's
okay.
a
How's
TV.
school?
I was like,
Here's the remote.
what's great about these cell phones, Kimmy, these kids can entertain themselves
Oh.
immediately. So I'm like, I'll be over here if you need anything. Da, 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 da. All right. So they come home, they decorate this cake, even more of a mess,
All right.
and they go into my basement. And from 7 o'clock last night
Yeah.
until when I left the house at 2:45 this morning, it has been Woodstock in my basement.
Wait, they're still up?
But, bro, they don't sleep.
Yeah, no, you don't really sleep at a sleepover.
Yeah. So what do they do at that?
Scream at the top of their lungs
Yeah.
all night long.
They're
Kimmy,
just watching videos or something?
watching
Yeah,
the YouTube,
everything, all the
dancing,
things,
singing the songs.
all the loud things
Jimmy?
that you think you're doing quietly. Turns out you're not.
All right, I get that teenage boys are dicks, right? I'm
Mm-hmm.
the first one to admit we were dicks. We did a lot of stupid stuff.
Yeah.
Kimmy, why when teenage girls get together,
Mm-hmm.
do they only scream at the top of their lungs?
I don't know what
No,
to tell you.
explain.
They're having fun.
I know, and
the
that-
amount of angry parents. Like, I've seen some of my friends' parents at their absolute worst because of sleepovers.
I'm in my bed last night.
Yeah.
All right, 9 o'clock. It's bedtime. The vent goes right from.
Oh,
their-
so yeah.
Yeah,
It's-
I know. That's the vents will get you.
So it's like my house is literally shaking from noise. That 3 girls. So I text my daughter.
Yeah.
Can you please keep it down?
Yeah. How'd that work out for you?
She
That
texted me-
always works.
She texts me, okay, it's
Yeah.
quiet for 3 minutes.
Uh-huh.
Then all of a sudden, volume on the TV goes up. So my wife comes home from this meeting that she had,
Yeah.
right? She, how are you? I'm like, trying to, like, I'm
Yeah.
a CPAP machine.
Yeah.
I go, listen, could you please just go down and talk to the girls?
Yeah.
Hey, be quiet. Okay, yeah. So she goes down, quiet for 3 minutes, comes back up. So
Well, you start talking lower, and then you just forget.
okay, but
I would love to be that happy. I don't
Me
get it.
too.
I would love to be that joyously
Yeah.
loud and happy. I don't
Yeah.
get it, man. But
I think that's kind of why you have to embrace it, because that's a short period of your life. You know, you only get to do that for so long.
I didn't
and
freak
feel that way for so long.
I didn't freak out last night,
Yeah.
and I don't disagree with what you're saying, Kimmy. That being said, it's easy for you to say that when you don't have 3 14-year-old girls screaming at the top of their lungs,
I
literally in
know.
your ear through the vent. I know, but
But they're having fun.
Shut up! Shut up!
You're gonna miss it one day.
You're gonna
I don't
miss
know,
this.
man.
I'm going to miss spending time with my daughters.
Yeah.
I'm going to miss watching them do their activities. I will not miss 3 14-year-old girls screaming at the top of their lungs while some song
Yeah, but those
by Charlie
kids-
XCX is playing in my basement.
Oh, you didn't say they were playing that guy.
It's a chick.
That guy.
Oh.
That is a woman. That is a girl singer.
Brat Summer, Tommy. Brat Summer.
Is that her?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you. 252 WCMF. My daughter had a sleepover last night. Their last day off from break is this morning. And, why my wife would allow this to happen on a day.
Yeah, why didn't you do it on the weekend?
That's a great question. I don't know. I don't freaking know. But, like, I have work. Of course, this was not going to be, like, a smooth thing. I
Yeah.
got to get up and go to work. Papa's got to go to work, right? Like, what are we going to do here? And I'm like, yeah, why not? This will be fun.
God.
I have all your friends over all the time.
But it's so when my wife, she gets together with her girlfriend, and they go to everybody's house and they move it around. It's the same noise. It's just older noise.
They're also listening to Charlie XCX.
Maybe I don't know, but they're
Making up
outside.
dances and stuff.
But if they're outside, I could hear them. If I'm in the house, I could hear that. I could hear every word they're saying with a TV on, with earplugs in. I can hear every word.
He's got earplugs, Kevin.
And by the way, it's just they're just 14-year-old girls. Just add whine, and it just goes up another octave.
Well, I mean, look, guys are loud. We are loud by definition.
At times we're loud.
But, like, that's what I don't get is, like, if you get a bunch of guys together.
I don't run up to you and hug you. Oh my God, you're here.
That's because
we
you
got
don't
to
love
hug.
anything.
No guys hug like that and dance around like when they see each other.
Well, I don't dance.
It's like women act like when you show a dog cheese. That's how they act. It's the same
That is
reaction.
so condescending.
They're just it's the same thing, man.
Why?
You're all
'Cause they
cheese to
enjoy
each other.
other's company.
No, you're all cheese. You're all looking
You're
at each
all
other's
cheese?
Oh my God, you're here. Can I have some? Give me a hug. Oh yeah, I love you. Can I go outside now?
Sounds like a little jealousy here.
I am jealous. I said I'm jealous. I don't
no,
get
you
it.
didn't. You didn't say you're jealous. You called him cheese.
No, I said dogs and cheese.
Look, if you want, we can hug every morning. I got no problem.
We don't want
hugging.
to hug,
Well,
man.
no,
I
I'm just
don't
saying.
I wouldn't even know where to hug you in that outfit.
You just said you're jealous. Right around here. I'll show you.
I'm
I'll
passing.
point to where I want you to hug. No, I mean, if you're jealous of the hugging, I'll hug you when you
No,
walk in.
I'd rather
No,
just be jealous.
Come here. Come here.
I want to live in my jealousy.
Give me a hug.
Did your wife sleep through it?
I don't know, because I eventually got myself out somehow.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, my wife. I don't know if my wife was. She.
'Cause my mom slept through everything. My mom.
Oh, really?
Like my mom would like lay her head on the pillow. She was out. Like you would have to scream at my mom to wake her up.
So my wife is when the kids were young. She was the latest sleeper ever. Like any noise out of a crib or
Yeah.
anything, she was gone. But to your point about like Kimmy with these girls sleeping over at my house last night, 14 years old, they just scream loud music basement. My wife is like very like calm about the whole chaos
Yeah.
of the girls being in the house. And it's another catch-22 being a parent of a teenager. Because last night that was not fun for me.
No.
The noise and the yang.
No, it's annoying.
But it's much better than my kids like out running around the neighborhood until 4
wondering
o'clock.
where they
Okay,
are.
yeah.
Exactly. Like,
Or
you know.
not home or at somebody's house that you don't really know that well.
Because like if I was hanging out with buddies at 14, 15, 16, we were going to go somewhere.
Yeah.
And there were no cell phones at the time.
Maybe
right?
sliding around.
Exactly. So
Riding
we were out
bikes.
doing dangerous stuff.
Yeah.
So like, yeah, my kid is being wholesome in my house as far
Yeah.
as I know, right? Like hanging out with her friends,
Okay.
but it also sucks.
Yes.
Like I wish there was like I almost want to like build one of those, what are they, in-law detached
Build
suites.
their own like clubhouse.
A she shed, yes.
Oh, the in-law extension
Yeah,
of the house.
oh, no, it can't even be connected.
Oh, you want
a
a she shed.
I want a she shed in the backyard
All right.
with soundproof panels where they can just go out there and I'm going to lock you in this until tomorrow morning and we'll unlock you at noon.
That's a great idea.
Yeah, it's also costs like $30,000.
No, but like if you were building a house, that would be a great. Hey, we could put this out here for your kids.
Teenage shack.
Yeah.
You know,
Teen shack.
there was I
shack.
don't know if it made it to teens, but there was like this, what do you call it, trend a couple of years ago.
Yeah.
Where people were building, it's not like a tree house. It was like a legitimate like little apartment playhouse for their kids in the backyard.
Wow. Yeah, that would be pretty expensive.
Yeah, no kidding, man. Man. So yeah, I don't know. Like I'm gonna get home from work today, and I'm assuming these kids are still gonna be asleep. in
Wait,
my
they're
basement.
still there?
It's a sleepover. They're
But
not
they
leaving
leave-
at like 6 a.m.
Why not?
Because they're not.
Or their parents would have to come pick them up.
Yeah, I mean they were still awake when I left the house.
Wait, so you got them all day today?
I don't know how long.
I'd be
I
out
had
of my
them
mind.
for. No, there was one. She had a sleepover a couple weeks ago where one of the kids stayed till like 4 in the afternoon.
I don't know how you do it.
Yeah,
'Cause, like,
They just kind of stay until the parent decides
No, but, like,
it's time
I
to
could-
come pick you up.
I could be tolerant for a while.
Yeah.
But if I come home today and they're still there, I'm going to be a dick.
Look, they're sweet kids. Like it's
what
hard.
are you gonna be a dick for? It's not their fault.
Because you're still
They're
in my
just being a
house,
kid.
man. Or why are you still
Get
here,
out.
kid?
You're gonna throw them on the street.
No, but like, go call your mother. Get out of here.
Get over here.
Yeah, I'm done with you.
That's it. But,
Well,
like,
there's a struggle too because you want to be the fun house.
I don't
right?
want to be fun.
No,
house.
you don't want to be the fun house.
I want to be the safe house. Like I want the kids to feel welcome, but he's right.
Right.
Too much fun means
You're
now
broke.
I got all the
You're-
parties.
Yeah,
You're
but
broke
if,
and you're
but if
miserable.
you stop being the fun house and start laying down the rules, like out by 11 a.m., they're just gonna go to somebody else's house, and I know you don't really want that either.
I don't know what I want, Kimmy. I don't know what I want in this world.
I don't think you
anymore.
want to be the fun house. My wife's house was the fun house, and
I don't know. I heard you couldn't spit.
no, you couldn't. No spitting, no cussing, no farting. But other than that, they had a lot of fun. But like he brought all, especially my stepson, all his
Yeah.
buddies came over and they played in the backyard and stuff. But like, they tore the place up.
Yeah. No, look.
They
My,
ate all the food,
Yeah.
man. It was just they were just savages.
my wife has made it the fun house. Like our house
Yeah.
is the fun house. Which great. The kids feel welcome, and I want them to feel safe and like fine. But like I just, I'd like to sleep and have a life.
Because yeah.
I'd like that. I'm sorry, you were saying.
But was your house a fun house?
For all the wrong reasons.
Okay, all right.
I mean, there's a big old.
Because
hole.
I could see it being fun.
It was fun. Like
Yeah.
there wasn't anything like we couldn't do. Like it was like,
Right.
oh, take your shoes off. You're gonna damage the hardwoods. You know what I mean? Like we could get away.
Hey, put that down. That's expensive. Put a coaster underneath it. Hey, there's a dead dog outside, and he's stuck to the deck.
You talk about the lost obstacle.
Yeah.
We have a dynamite. Love your kids. Got to
Yeah.
break them for you this morning here on
Get
CMF.
out.
It's Tuesday. You know what that means.
Get out of my neighborhood.
That could be what it is.
Get out of my neighborhood.
Kimmy's got a post in the neighborhood app. She's going to read it out loud. She'll remove street names, town references, but there will still be little clues.
Okay.
You got to listen.
I have to listen.
And we're going to find out where they whine just after 9 o'clock. So set your phone alarm right now or hang out with us. What do you got?
Yeah.
14 teenage girls hanging
Yeah.
over at your house making noise? Stupid. Also, just after 7 o'clock this morning. You want to believe that you are a sexual dynamo.
I think all men want to feel that way, yeah.
Yeah, but the fact of the matter is you're not. In fact, most of us, according to data we have, are
We're doing
not.
it wrong?
Yeah. But that's okay.
All right.
Because no one's really shown us how to do this. And there are women now that, for a fee, will.
Tell you what?
Not tell you. Show you.
Wait, I got to lay down? But it's not prostitution.
Well,
it's educational.
I guess it all depends.
That'd be a sex therapist.
I guess it all depends on your definition of prostitution.
Because there are legal sex therapists.
But do you have sex with them?
Yes, and they're licensed.
Okay, is that no? Just because somebody did it and they got a license doesn't make it legal.
So on the old show, we had a woman that came to town. She was now this may have been because she was out of California, but she was a licensed sex therapist. She went to like UCLA. She took Bull to a hotel room and banged him, and then broke it down.
That is prostitution.
No, it's not.
No, it is. There is no way you could.
He never paid her.
Then how does she make money?
Well, I mean, normally she would be.
Okay, so that's prostitution.
Well, it's more like payola and plugola. Oh.
All 7 people with radio experience listening got that joke.
No, but she buffed him pretty good at the Holiday Inn. And
we'll get into it
right.
just after 7 o'clock.
Brought him back to the
here
show.
in the break room on CMF, plus a whole bunch more. But first, Tommy.
What?
We found out about a month ago that a local guy was getting an unexpected opportunity to finish his career right where it started.
Oh.
The rightful place in front of this band that he made so famous all those years ago.
Yes.
Well, it turns out with an
What?
announcement yesterday,
What?
there may be a little bit of a love triangle.
Oh.
Maybe not love triangle. Front man triangle.
Okay.
Because the right thing to do here
Yeah.
would be to let this legendary front man do this gig and the rest of these gigs.
Oh.
But there's someone who may have something to say about it. In
What?
fact, 2 men.
Well, I thought this was already a done deal.
The South American trip, yes.
South America, who cares?
This one, we'll get into it next year in the break room on CMF. How's about a little rock and roll drama?
What's going on?
Well, potential rock and roll drama.
All right.
Because we were all shocked to find out that our local boy Done Good
Yeah.
was going to be able to finish out his career in his rightful spot with the band that his voice made famous.
Yeah.
But as they continue to pick up steam off of their Rock and Roll Hall of Fame election,
Yeah.
there is an argument to be made, and a very sincere argument, that this guy should be the one to finish strong, especially at this venue.
Oh.
You're
all
hanging,
right.
you're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rocks, 96.5 WCMF. Speaking of rock and roll drama, plenty of that in the band Heart, buddy.
Oh, yeah.
They're coming to CMAC August 29th, courtesy of the Bowery Presents. We have a pair of tickets to give you today. Do not call yet.
Okay.
Do not call. I'm going to try and do it before 8 o'clock.
Ooh.
And if I forget, it's because Kimmy didn't remind me.
Okay.
And it's her fault.
Good.
So Kimmy's going to tell me before 8 o'clock, give away those Heart tickets. So sit tight with your friends here in the break room on CMF. Foreigner is currently on their farewell tour. You're on your own. Why are you such a dick? How do you not sing along with every Foreigner song?
I let Lou do the singing for me.
Okay. So with that,
Yeah.
a couple months ago, or about a month ago, we got a special surprise. Lou Graham, Rochester's own, was going to take over the South American leg of the tour,
All right.
fronting the band again. And this was happening because their lead man, Kelly Hansen, can't leave America.
Oh.
We don't know why he can't leave
Well,
America.
we could probably figure it out if we wanted to.
But he put out a statement saying as much. So Lou was taken over again in South America. And along with Lou, one of the current band members of Foreigner, who has been recording Foreigner songs in Spanish, was also going to take over some lead singer duties singing in Spanish.
Oh, okay.
Okay. So that was going to be that. And it was a nice way for Lou to wrap up, the amazing career that he's had.
Right.
Well, it was announced yesterday,
What happened?
as part of their farewell tour, Foreigner will be playing Turning Stone
Oh.
on September 20th.
Damn.
Now, here's the problem.
What's that?
Foreigner fans jumped with joy
Oh, yeah.
when they found out Lou would be touring again with the
Yeah.
band.
But he's only doing South America.
Well, as of now, because Kelly Hansen, the lead singer, can't leave the country.
All right.
Turning Stone, although on a Native American reservation, still in the country.
Yeah.
Who's the lead guy for that show?
Oh, you got to go with Lou.
I know. Closest to his hometown.
He's a bigger draw.
Okay.
You're going to draw so many more people. Like, I don't know what that venue holds, but that's a sold-out show with Lou.
Okay, so all three of us are in agreement that it should be Lou Graham.
Because that's the last time they're going to be doing it. They're
Yeah.
done, right? This is it.
So they say it's their farewell tour, but,
Physically,
well, Lou said he was retiring and he's going on the South America tour.
right, but he can't even do a full show, right? I mean, he's got to take breaks.
I don't know. I don't know where his health is at right now. I mean, look, I was as surprised as you were based on what we thought we knew about Lou and his health that he was going to
pulling it back.
Yeah, going on this tour. All right, so we're all in agreement in this room that it should be Lou Graham fronting Foreigner at Turning Stone.
Absolutely.
That's going to cause a problem.
Why? I mean, that guy should understand that.
Okay.
What's his name?
Kelly Hansen. The phone number is 252
Hansen should sit down and shut up.
All right. Well, okay, we don't have to get aggressive here.
I don't
We
mean
can
to
have
be a dick, but come on, Hansen.
All right, so it's not like Kelly Hansen joined yesterday. I believe he's been the front man for Foreigner for like 20 years.
Oh, wow. Okay. So
Right.
he's done his time.
He may actually, in aggregate time, have been the lead man for Foreigner longer than Lou Graham
Yeah,
has
but you didn't build
Close.
the brand.
I agree with you. But
Yeah.
if he's been doing this for 20 years and he has the ability to do the show,
Yeah. Why wouldn't you at least have Lou do some of the show?
okay, but then would Lou want to do that? Because he'd be sharing the spotlight with this guy who is not Lou Graham.
Well, I don't know how big these egos are.
That's what I mean here. And look,
Like, I don't know if Lou, because Lou, when he comes, anytime you see him, he's pretty laid back, but I don't know if he's got a big, when he's working, if he doesn't have like a big dick ego.
Look, I mean, I don't even think that I don't think that him having that feeling would make him a dick. I mean, look, he was part of this. He created this.
Yeah.
Right? Like this, I would argue that Foreigner is not Foreigner without Lou Graham.
Right. He created a sound.
Exactly. And he also had a very successful solo career after Foreigner was over, right? So, like, he has the talent to do it. I wouldn't hold it against Lou to say I would like to do this show by myself an hour away from my hometown as we wrap this
I
up.
think you get like the local connection. Like I think like that's fair of him to request.
Now, the only problem, I think, if my memory serves me correctly, is he's already doing a show at Batavia Downs this summer.
Okay.
So that might be, they may not want to compete with two casino shows right down the throughway.
Could
Because
be.
I thought he was part of the Lou Graham band. I think he's at Batavia.
I don't know why. I mean, you know,
you're kind of getting more of like a Buffalo audience at Batavia and maybe more of a Syracuse audience at Turning.
But usually they don't want to butt heads.
Yeah.
Sure, but we also found out that Shaggy, the rapper from the 90s this summer, is playing the Erie County Fair, and then 2 weeks later playing the New York
He can
State
do it.
Fair.
Lou can do it.
Yeah, I mean,
Right.
what can Shaggy do that Lou can't? That old famous kid song
Yeah.
from the sea. Yeah. No, so here's the problem is going to be money, right?
Oh, yeah.
Like, because you're not going to pay both lead guys full boat.
Well, I don't know what those guys make anymore. Because they don't own the band. I mean, the band is Mick Jones. That's his band.
But Mick Jones is not touring with them
No,
anymore.
but he
He's got
pays-
Parkinson's. I understand, but I don't know what kind of shape Mick Jones is in right now.
Yeah.
He's got Parkinson's.
Right.
So I don't like all of this is extremely complicated.
Yeah.
It's impressive that the band is touring, period,
Yeah.
with all of these things happening in it. I mean, if you have both of them, it messes with the money. And it can also, as we talk about egos, create some backstage animosity.
Oh, sure.
I mean, rock stars get territorial. They are right. They have a right to be territorial.
Yeah.
And like, here's the other thing to think
What?
about. 252 WCMF. It's announced yesterday that Foreigner, as part of their farewell tour, will be playing Turning Stone in September. Kelly Hansen, the lead singer of the band, who is not doing the South American tour, which Lou is doing. He's only not doing the South American tour because he apparently can't leave the country. This show in the country, so Kelly could do it, but it's down the street from Lou Graham's hometown. Lou Graham is the voice of Foreigner. What's it going to be like? Let's say you do the show together.
Yeah.
You're going to have Kelly Hansen do some, Lou Graham
Yeah.
do some. We're all going to live in harmony. When Lou Graham comes out and does that first song, and he gets that pop, like Kelly Hansen's just standing there. That's not a good feeling.
No, true.
I mean, you know what that's like every time every other comic stepped on stage.
Why
when
you
were
gotta pick
done.
on me
No, I'm
for?
just saying we're in a unique spot where you sucked and everyone in the room wanted anybody else but you. And what that feeling feels like when the crowd, when you're like, I'm Tommy Ulay, that's my time, and everyone's like, someone new! Ah! Yes! Women giving birth out of excitement that you were getting off the stage.
Well, at least I
again.
did something.
I mean, you could only do this, I think, for one show.
Well, yeah, I mean, what would be the point of doing it for any other show except he's a hometown kid?
Well,
Based on location.
Yeah.
I think that Foreigner fans, Foreigner still draws.
Oh,
And
yeah.
I think that Foreigner fans across the country there would be more people in the seats if they found out Lou Graham was going
Oh,
to be
I
at
think
the show.
I think he's a bonus for sure. Because I don't think they sell out everywhere they go anymore.
I don't know.
I mean, unless they do like these combo played shows where they're with like three other big bands now.
Are there
Yeah.
any other rock bands that have toured with two lead guys?
That I would know.
Because I know that didn't Sammy Hagar and David Lee Roth
They
go on a tour
tried
together?
that, but I think it ended disastrously.
And it wasn't part of Van Halen. It was their
No.
own separate thing.
Yeah.
Because like there are several bands who have had multiple singers that come in and come out, but I've never heard of a rock band touring with two lead guys.
Two league guys, right? But this is what you get when you push the envelope this far down the age highway.
Why do you say it like that?
Well, because I mean, this is the sign where these shows are getting too old to perform. When one guy who owns it can't do it, the other guy can do some of it. The other guy can't leave the country. This is like a bad bachelor party.
And it's at a casino.
Yes, one guy can't can't go to Canada because he's got a DWI. The other guy gets to the strip club and doesn't have any money. The other guy lost his phone. We're not even having fun here anymore, man.
So it says several well-known rock bands have successfully navigated periods where they toured with two lead singers or where the vocal duties were shared between multiple members. Examples include AC/DC, Fleetwood Mac.
Okay, well that's kind of Fleetwood Mac's different. They're all the lead singers.
Van
of Fleetwood Mac.
Halen.
When did who went with Van Halen?
It says David Lee Roth and Sammy Hagar.
With Van Halen?
Yeah, I thought they did something together, but I don't think it worked well.
I thought that they were doing a separate thing from Van Halen
They
to
may
stick it
have.
up Eddie's, you know
Oh,
what?
yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Do you count Fleetwood Mac?
No.
I mean, I get that they were all banging and they all hated each other, but it's not like any of them. They were all singing.
Yeah, that was a band full of just egos. Everybody grabbing a mic and trying to do something.
But yeah, I mean, look, they managed to bring it back in the 90s and 2000s and still sell the places out, man.
Yeah.
I mean, same with the Eagles, although it's a different kind of situation.
Yeah.
I mean, I guess it works when you have multiple people in the band taking lead on different
Yeah,
songs.
they can sing.
You know what I mean?
That works.
Yeah. Except for Genesis. That didn't work either. Well, no, like Peter Gabriel never went back to Genesis after Phil Collins took over lead duties, did he?
I don't think so.
Like together, there was never like a Phil Collins Peter
No.
Gabriel all Genesis
No.
reunion like in the 90s.
I don't think so.
Would have been a sledgehammer.
Kimmy doesn't get that.
I do too. Yes, they did sing together.
Really? Peter Gabriel and Phil
Oh,
Collins.
I don't know what we
stupid.
said. We just mentioned 10 bands.
I'm trying to find when that happened.
But was it with Genesis? All right, look, I mean, maybe then we're wrong. Maybe this is possible.
All right.
Maybe you can get Kelly and Lou up on stage together and
But
they
there's
can
got to be that.
hold hands.
Everybody's going to play nice for it to work.
Well, I mean,
or you're going to get a crap show, and if that's what you want, enjoy that.
I don't want that for the last tour. I want Lou to be able to go out, on his horse, riding high, what he built here.
Oh, I wouldn't mind seeing a meltdown.
Why are you such a dick?
A Lou Graham meltdown would be awesome.
I don't think he has it in him to melt down anymore. Like you said, he's a really
Let's find
laid-back
out.
guy.
Yeah, if it pushes buttons.
I don't know. Okay, you're right. That would be the coolest way to finish it. If both of them are on stage together, that way you get the whole history
Yeah,
of the
they
band.
come out and take a big bow and all that.
Yeah. All right, I think if they do that, I'll go to this show. Well, if it's
Well, I'll
just
tell
Lou.
Lou.
Well, no,
You're in.
I'm saying if Lou's not there, I don't
Well,
want
of
any.
course not.
Right? Is that fair? Is that
Yeah.
a dick thing to say?
No.
I think that's okay.
Not the guy's not talented, but that's foreigner.
Yeah.
And we've talked about how if you had to take any member of the band when you're watching a classic band, the lead guy is the most important.
Well, sure.
Like Mick Jones not being there sucks, but
yeah.
Anybody could play.
He knew he knew he had to get a lead singer
and he did,
that could pull it off.
and he got Lou.
Yeah, he did great.
All right, good. Well, let's say you're going to head down the 90. And you're going to go
Yeah,
to
where am I
Turning
going?
Stone. Well, you're going to go to Turning Stone. And watch
Oh,
the show.
okay.
Got to make sure that your inspection sticker's taken care of.
Oh, yeah?
All your lights are working
Oh,
right.
your documentation?
That's right, because you can get pulled over for that stuff.
All right. What would happen?
Well, for now.
What do you mean?
Well, there is a bill
Are
sitting
we
in
going
Albany.
to turn into Florida?
Right? All of this stuff would still be necessary,
Mm-hmm.
but you wouldn't be able to get stopped because of it.
That's Florida.
Okay? So you're anti this.
I forgot when I drove down to Florida to see my brother a couple of years ago because I hadn't driven through Florida in a long time. I forgot what horrible cars look like.
So you want to get pulled over?
No, I went everything. I went at state inspections because they're talking about waiving state inspections.
No, that's not what they're talking about.
Oh.
I will explain everything and why this morning, if this thing passes, you are less likely, much less likely, to be pulled over for anything. And we'll get into it next year in the break room. WCMF. There are 100 different reasons you can get pulled over in your car.
Oh, sure.
And getting pulled over, it's never fun. Well, what if I told you that may become harder for cops to do in the state of New York?
So they say there's something, a problem with your car. Like you're not maintaining it.
Well, there's actually a lot of different things
Okay.
that they can pull you over for now that they would no longer be allowed to. Would you be excited about that?
That doesn't sound good.
You hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF, just after 7 o'clock. You're good at sex, right?
Oh, yeah, buddy.
You sure?
Bring it.
How do you know?
I just know.
Well, you don't, though, because no woman's ever really been honest with you about how good you are at sex.
Well, they could.
And you've never done anything where you could improve upon the things you're not good at because you don't know what you're not good at. There are women that now exist that can help you with that problem.
Wow.
The question is, one, is it worth it? And two, would you really want to know?
Okay.
And we'll get to it just after 7 o'clock here in the break room on CMF. Tommy?
Yeah, buddy.
There is currently a bill in the state Senate that is looking to limit how often police officers in the state of New York can pull drivers over. So right now, you can get pulled over for all kinds of tiny things like busted taillight, bad inspection, other small issues that don't directly impact safety on the road. Folks who want this changed want it changed for two reasons. It would allow cops, one, to focus more on the dangerous part of traffic enforcement, speeding, reckless driving, DWI.
Yeah.
They argue that the more times cops spend waiting for little stuff, tickets, the big stuff they miss.
Oh.
Two, they say it would cut down on interactions between police officers and routine traffic stops escalating into bad situations. So essentially, if it's not a dangerous situation, the cops could no longer pull you over for it.
Okay.
So if they saw a bad inspection, a busted taillight,
something dangling, a muffler dangling.
Muffler ticket, something like that, they would no longer be able to pull you over for it. You guys think this is a good idea?
No. They should, because you got to maintain your car, man.
You gotta maintain your car.
Let me tell you something, bro.
It's the second biggest investment in the
As soon as you cross over into Florida from Georgia, Georgia's no buttoned up state.
It's a peach state, bud.
It's a peach state, and that's where it ends, right at the pit. And you cross over into Tallahassee, you're going to see people driving on 3 donuts, wearing no shirt, arm out the window, tatted up, smoking and chewing tobacco at the same time. You're going to be Florida,
By the way,
man.
nothing you just said is illegal.
Yeah, right.
You can't drive on 3 donuts.
Says who?
Says everybody.
Says
you can drive on
everybody?
un donut, not
you,
3.
Is that against the law?
I don't even know where you get 3
Again,
donuts.
you held up 2 fingers when you said 3. What is with your brain,
I
man?
don't know.
Kimmy, can you Google, is it illegal to drive on donuts?
For a length of time, no.
What are you basing that on?
Florida.
You're now realizing that what
You
you
can't
said.
if you have 2 donuts on your car, you're going to get pulled over.
So if I blow 2 tires and I'm trying to get somewhere,
Yeah,
I
because
can't put 2 donuts on.
here's the deal. You didn't blow 2 tires and put 2 donuts on.
You don't know that?
Yes, I do, because you didn't have 2 donuts.
I always carry 4 donuts with me at all times.
No, you don't.
Look at you. What are you?
You getting pulled over.
No, you don't. No, you don't.
You're getting pulled out of that
Why
car.
would it be illegal to drive on multiple donuts?
Because those tires are only.
Yeah, it does seem like you can get pulled over for
Yeah.
that. It says there's a limit on that. Like they
Well, not in
suggest no
Pat's
more
World.
than 50 miles on the
No, I
donut.
understand. Look, I thought this was America. I thought I could drive on as many donuts as I wanted.
You can eat as many donuts as you want, but you can only drive on 1.
Okay, but everything but the donuts, you just think it looks trashy.
It does look trash. Like Florida had so many junk cars. I saw somebody you would see so many quarter panels waving at you as you're driving. They almost look like gills on a fish.
Is that against the law?
Well, if your car is falling apart, yes.
What are you talking about?
You can't drive junk.
You don't know that for sure, man.
I know there's winter beaters, but you can only take it so far.
All right.
And by the way, having a blinker is important.
No, I understand.
No, but they're saying
I don't know. I never
said
said blinker. I don't know if blinker's
you
part
said
of
if
that.
a taillight's missing.
Well, the taillight being out is different.
By the way, that's your brakes.
Understood. No,
Telling me you're slowed down and I don't know it.
maybe it's more of I'm driving at night and one of the lights is out, but the
right.
brakes still look. Look, I don't know. I'm just telling you what the bill says, man.
So if you're missing a headlight, they used to be able to pull you over.
Yes.
So now maybe no?
I don't know because
Okay.
you're right.
That
I would
seems
argue
dangerous.
that does sound
Yeah.
dangerous, but I'm not sure because I haven't seen the entire bill yet.
All right.
I'm going based on what the story
Okay.
says.
I want all cars fixed.
Okay, 252 WCMF, but you are not considering anything that is brought up in the story. You only want this so things don't look trashy.
Yeah.
Okay.
You want to drive in Trash Town?
Don't let me down.
Trashy
Trash
town.
Kimmy?
Yeah.
Would you be okay if this bill that does not allow police officers in New York State to pull over for busted for inspections, registrations, taillight out. Are you okay if that passes?
I think like the registration inspection doesn't bother me as much as like the tail light, because the tail light is actually going to affect me as another driver on the road.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Like if I don't know which direction you're going in, or if I can't see you braking, well then now like I'm also like I don't know how to drive around you.
Nobody uses their blinker anyway, though. I think that's irrelevant.
I use my blinker.
Don't you use your blinker?
Like if you can't, if it's affecting like your basic skills on the road, I'm gonna say like no, you should be pulled over for that. Probably.
And if I see a woman in a car that's not maintained, I got an opinion about that woman.
That has nothing to do with this bill.
No.
You're just taking shots.
You got a bad husband or you got a bad boyfriend, because he should be out there fixing that taillight.
Because you know how to fix that.
I can fix a taillight.
Hey, Kimmy, I remember a story about a guy who's...
I'm taking over to Pet Boys.
I remember a story about a guy whose girlfriend took her car in, or a cop.
Yeah.
Sorry, what happened with that cop where when you were with your first wife? All of a sudden, we're laughing now.
Well, I was a bad husband. I was that guy. You know what? I was a bad Florida husband.
What happened, Tommy?
So it would start to shake when she drove into work. And the guy goes, "Don't you have a husband to fix this?" And he goes, "Your husband let you go to work like this?"
Bad husband is what I think.
I was a bad husband.
All right,
you want a budget? You want a state of me's?
There are folks against this idea.
Yeah.
They argue that it's limiting the cops' ability to do their jobs. They also argue that sometimes a broken taillight or things like that can lead cops to finding other more dangerous stuff in the car.
Yeah, like bodies in the trunk or weed in the glove compartment.
Weed in the glove compartment's legal. Yeah.
Blow.
Okay, fine.
Methamphetamine.
Which, by the way, you also think should all be legal. You've said that on the air before. All right, it's hard to tell where the support would be if you polled the entire state. Because on one hand, no one wants to get pulled over.
No.
Right? Lots of people have little things that are wrong with their cars that can lead them getting pulled over, and it doesn't affect the safety of what's going on. But on the other hand, Tommy, if cops say they want something, there was also a large portion of the state that thinks they should get what they want right away. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So, like, I guess the fight would be you have a lower chance of getting pulled over and getting some ticket that doesn't really apply to your safety. But on the other hand, people might feel like they're less safe because it doesn't give the cops the ability to do their job.
So do the cops want this bill? Are they saying like they're so slammed that it's slowing them down?
I would imagine no, but I'm not entirely sure.
Because sometimes I thought like, sometimes they can't pull you over, but they could pull you over for something else and then check it out.
That's literally what I just said.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
3.
I thought it was 4.
That's what I mean. No. I would imagine, based on growing up in Copland, that they would be against this idea, but I'm not entirely sure.
Okay.
Just think it out loud.
All right. It seems like we should just leave it the way it is.
Yeah. Why would you ever change anything in the world? Would you leave it the way it is? Everything's
good.
252 WCMF. Let's take some calls.
All right.
Redneck's on CMF. Hey, Redneck, how are you, buddy?
Morning. How you doing?
Good, Redneck.
So,
what do you got?
Does this specifically say inspections or registrations in that bill?
I believe it did in the story, yes.
Some research on that? Okay, so this is the issue. You guys are fighting against yourselves against, taillights and this and that. That's part of the inspection. So if you got a taillight out and they're saying that you can't get pulled over for an inspection sticker being out of date, then the driver already knows that his taillight's out because he didn't go get it inspected.
Well, hold on. I can get it inspected and my taillight can go out.
Yeah, the next day.
Time exists in the world.
And then you got another year before another inspection.
Yeah.
Right. But what I'm saying is that it's all safety. There's no way they're going to get this passed. Because if they're not going to pull over for a run-out inspection sticker and you got multiple things wrong, then who's going to go get their car inspected? It's not going to pass anyways.
Okay, let me ask you this question, Redneck. Because your name is Redneck, so let's not pretend like you were always driving a safe car.
Yeah, you official.
At what age did you finally have a vehicle where nothing was wrong with it, where you could get pulled over?
Well, I'm 44 right now, so about 5 years ago.
Okay, all right. So Redneck, from a
You got there though.
from a personal standpoint, would you be opposed to this bill passing?
It's splitting hairs in my eyes because you see people with out taillights and out headlights and this and that, minuscule things that, it takes 5 minutes to fix if you're handy with vehicles and stuff. But I don't know. I'm on the fence about it.
I feel. You know what I feel. You know what I feel like. I feel like you want it, but you don't want to say you want it, redneck. That's what I feel like.
No, because I'm glad I don't live in Pennsylvania. You ought to be too. Because if you get a rust hole in your car the size of a quarter, it will not pass inspection until you have it bondoed.
Oh yeah, that's why Tommy's mom couldn't get inspected in Pennsylvania. That was her nickname.
What's that?
Rust hole.
Well, that was the size of $50.
You didn't have to pile on my mom.
Oh, not so fun when other people do it, is it, Tommy? Redneck, thanks for the call, buddy. Go get your car inspected.
See ya.
All right, take care. We got Facebook messages coming in again. We're talking about this bill sitting in the state assembly. It would take the ability for cops in New York State, take their ability away to pull over for little things like inspection stickers, taillights out, stuff like that.
Can I point out you only know that about what's going on in other states if you've had that problem?
Well, you could also have a buddy that comes over and is like, you're not going to believe what
Yeah.
Ryan writes us on Facebook. He says, if you did this, it means less money coming in for municipalities. They use that ticket money as part of their budget. It's also why some police departments have ticket quotas per month. It's why you're more likely to get a ticket in the last week of the month than the first week of the month. All right, let's talk about that.
All right.
Do you understand what he's saying?
Yeah.
Okay.
They use these fees to pay for the departments.
Okay, I think there's a debate here whether or not that would help or hurt cash flow. Because most of the time, if you have a ticket for something like a taillight or an inspection, they tell you, go fix it, show us it's done.
You get a warning.
And they'll drop the charge, whatever. So it's not like a lot of people, I don't think, are paying on those anyway.
Right.
Also, I think you could argue, the idea behind this, we want the cops to focus more on speeding and dangerous driving. If they're getting more speeders, those fines are much higher.
Oh, yeah.
Right? So that may bring in more cash.
I would think so.
You
That's
can
true.
You can always find people speeding. But along Ryan's Facebook message, I think the more important question would be,
What's that?
if there are police departments that are using these little things to pull over and write tickets to get more money in the coffers, isn't that reason enough to get rid of that pulling over for them?
Oh. Well, I guess in these smaller towns, they need those funds.
Okay, but this ain't a bake sale, man. These laws exist to keep people safe, not to pay for bills.
Yeah, but,
No, wait, that's not a what?
we're going to make quota over here.
No,
so.
that's the idea.
Get out of the car.
The idea of a quota is problematic.
It is, but that's how they can exist.
No.
These smaller towns, they don't take in the money, so I guess they need those speed traps.
Okay.
They're just taking it from the town.
Well, no, they're taking
People
it
in the town.
they're taking it from people driving through the town.
Right,
That's
instead
how
of
they get it.
raising the property tax.
Yeah, but I don't live in your town, so not my problem.
Slow down and you respect our country ways, son.
Why do you have an accent like that in
I
Oswego?
don't know. That's how we talk in Oswego. That's an Oswego accent.
No, I mean the fact that you're writing these tickets just to pay bills, if that's happening, is problematic.
Yeah, but that's how the world works.
No, just because you say that doesn't mean it's true.
So what do you do?
Hey, not my problem. I don't live here. Figure it out.
Well, no, they did figure it out. You just don't like it.
You're gonna hang me? What?
Drive through here with your fancy eye ride, run your damn mouth.
I love you too, because you got busted on so many of those 55 to 35, you can't see the sign, small towns. And when you got those tickets, you were mother effing those small towns.
Bro,
But
I got major arrested in Dansville.
Yeah,
like
major arrested.
Major.
Well, like
arrested.
locked up.
Yeah.
Well,
Different situation there, though.
that's how the world works, Kimmy.
I was chained up next to this woman.
And that was his second marriage.
How many people who have like a taillight out or some like small fix, like how many of them can't afford to fix it and how many of them just don't fix it?
Well, I mean, look.
Well, mostly, it's, you're busted, you're short, you don't have
Is
the
it
money.
that though? Or is it just like, I'll fix it later and then you never get around to fixing it?
I've been both, so I don't know how to answer that question.
But usually when I had something like that wrong with the car, I had multiple things wrong with the car that
don't
I
know
was
where to
just
start.
blowing off because I just wanted to spend the money.
Sure. And I mean, I get it.
I only had one budget.
Look, I'm even at the point now, right? Like, taillight goes out, I'll get to it. It's not like I'm not driving immediately to go get it taken care of.
Yeah, and if you have an older car, there's no rush.
Yeah, so I'm for this. Let's take a break.
All right.
Look, we all want to be better
Oh, sure.
at whatever it is we do. But with this specifically, when it comes to sex, there is no way to make yourself better. Because, one, you've never gotten honest feedback as a man having sex with anybody in your life. And two, if you don't know what you're lacking in or doing wrong, there's no way to adjust and fix it. This changes that.
Okay.
And it's a legitimate service. I don't know how legal it is.
Well, I mean, I think I think that you can get certified to do this job.
Again, I can certify anyone in anything. Hey, I certified you as a meth maker.
No,
it doesn't make it legal.
No, I think you can actually take college courses
again
in pumping.
I don't believe there is any way you can pay for sex in the state of New York and it not be prostitution.
Well, the woman I know, she came from Southern California.
Again, she's still having sex in New York.
And she had documentation.
Oh, my God. Okay. You would have the ability
to
find out what you are doing wrong.
But how do these women do it?
And improve upon it. Well, they're going to experience it with you.
That means you're laying down.
Yes, that's what I did.
And you're paying.
We will get into all of it. I literally just said I don't know how legal this is.
I think it's totally legal.
No, it's not legal. Next in the break
room. You don't
room,
know.
How would it be legal? How would it be legal?
Documentation. You have a diploma, just like a dentist. He's in your mouth, and you pay him. Well, you should go to the dentist.
We'll get into it next to the break room. Let's see you, man. You know how to lay it down.
You got to bring the pipe. Lay that pipe.
Shut up.
Maybe you don't.
You got to lay the pipe.
We all like to believe as men that we are great at sex.
Mm-hmm.
But here's the thing. We're never really going to know. Because no woman has actually ever been honest with you about your sexual performance. That is, until now.
This is great.
Look, Josh Allen doesn't become the MVP without some coaching. You don't get the Stones without some dynamite producers along the way.
Right.
And this woman is arguing you can't make love to your full potential without her knowledge and her guidance.
Okay.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. We got hard tickets to give you. They're coming to CMAC August 29th. Don't call yet.
All right.
Don't you dare. We are going to get you those tickets before 8 o'clock. So
right.
Sit tight. Don't go anywhere. Got your hard tickets. Just a little while here in the break room on CMF. Aribella.
That's her name?
That's her name. Aribella.
Yeah.
She's 27 years old. She is an OnlyFans model. But that, it seems, is not her only business venture.
What's she got going on?
Aribella is a sex coach.
Oh.
She wants you to improve your sexual exploits, and she's going to tell you how to do it.
All right.
So, in word form, she says that men don't prioritize foreplay enough.
Yeah.
And she has no problem telling men what they're doing wrong. When you pay her to lay down with her and have her break down your sexual performance upon her.
So you would basically lay down and she would show you how to be a more sensual lover in the foreplay area. Like,
oh, no, in all of it. Like you would go soup to nuts, literally.
I got you.
So is she showing you step by step, or is she giving you a review afterwards?
So I believe it's a review, although I guess if you paid her, she'll do whatever you want.
But I'm laying down with her?
Yes, you are having sex with her.
And she's telling you how to touch her, how to get her going. Right?
There is something about you.
How to open her.
Or pointing some things out that maybe you're doing that you should stop doing.
No,
Like, for example, what you're saying right now.
But how to get her aroused.
Maybe. I don't know. I guess it depends on what you're looking for.
How to get the juices flowing.
Okay, so Aribella
Yeah.
is one of a growing cavalcade of women that want to make you the best lover you can be. And these women will...
I mean, if you got a bank, it'd probably be great to do.
Now, I don't know how much... I haven't seen any cost, so I don't know how much this thing costs. But you pay these women, you have sex with them, and they teach you how to be a better lover.
Yeah, how to touch.
Okay.
Caress.
So let's start here without you talking. The phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Gentlemen, would you be interested in a sex coach?
I think they are until it gets to that point. What do you mean I'm doing it wrong?
All right, so let's break that down, because I love how the woman in the room is the first one to say that we don't have the egos that can handle.
Well, I think that's why a lot of women aren't honest, probably. A lot of people aren't honest because they don't want to hurt the other's, ego.
Yeah.
They don't want to kill your confidence.
And kill the moment.
Sure.
Yeah,
But-
so I guess this is like a perfect situation where you're not pursuing this person. They're simply there to tell you what you're doing.
Okay, so in that way, then, maybe men wouldn't be offended by what she had to say.
Could be.
Well, if you're going in with an open mind.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, because, if there's one thing about guys, when it comes to sex, we have open minds.
But I guess if you're at the point where you're literally paying this woman and laying down with her, you may be at that point of knowing
That's the key.
I suck.
No, but here's the thing.
What?
You got to know you're at that point.
And that's just it, right? Like the way you say that implies that you don't need this.
Oh, of course not.
You would never need this.
I'm a soft touch.
No, you're nailing. Yeah, when I look at you, I think soft touch.
I'm not a rough person.
Okay.
Nice.
Every man needs this.
I think every
single man needs this.
Yeah.
You need this. I need this. Redneck who just called, he definitely needs this.
Yeah.
Right? So for you to sit here and be like, if you're at that point, we're all at that point. Like you in that statement proved Kimmy's point by saying the men that would do this are sad and desperate. Am I wrong?
I don't think I'm desperate. I mean,
Well, yeah, but
a
I
little
think-
tune-up maybe.
I was going to say, I don't think it would be a bad thing to say, like, there are things I can always learn, right? Like, it doesn't necessarily mean you're bad at it. It means, like, there's always room for improvement.
So when you're all done, like, I wonder, did she correct you in the moment, or do you, like, get a review at the end, like when you're just laying there?
So, like, I'm guessing it would be easier to correct a man in the moment.
Yeah.
Do this, don't do this, do that, don't do
Okay,
that. But then again, I mean, I would get a better review of how bad or how good I am based on let me run the whole gamut on you.
Yeah, let me show you my set.
Yep, and then you can tell me
it
afterwards,
All
right? But then again, you could be doing so many things wrong that she's forgetting stuff. Like you'd have to take notes. Like you feel really like insecure. Like, oh, okay, and she starts writing something down while you're doing something.
Yeah, that would be weird.
Yeah, bro, this ain't for pleasure. This is for.
Yeah, but I got to get aroused to get going here.
Okay.
Because it sounds like you go all the way through the entire process.
This is what it sounds like. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, everything about this is very vague because, again, I believe it is illegal.
Okay.
As much as you want to argue against that it's not illegal, you are paying these women to have sex with them. I mean, how many men could handle a blunt assessment of their sexual
Well, it depends
skills?
how blunt they are. I mean, if they're really blunt, like a PE coach or something.
What would that sound like, you think?
Hey, you're doing it all wrong over there, kid. You're slacking out on a knuckle shuffle. You're phoning that in.
So proof that all men may need what these women are offering. 252-WCMF, essentially sex coaches where you pay them to have sex with them and they will correct what you are not doing right or what you could be doing better. A recent study, Tommy, showed that 85% of men believed their last partner had gotten there during sex.
Oh,
That
like they
she-
believed what they heard.
Yeah, 85% of men believe she
Like
had
every time.
the last time they
The
had
last
sex.
time.
85%.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. However, in the same study,
Yeah.
only 64% of women said they had gotten there the last time they had sex with their man.
Wow, that's
so
pretty good.
at least a quarter of men
Yes.
way overshot
Yeah,
how well they did.
of course.
I mean, it would be a unique experience laying down with a woman, right? And, like, here's the other thing.
Right.
You're not trying to impress this woman.
Yeah.
Are you trying
Yeah,
to
but you
impress this
have
woman?
to show her your set, so you got to get in that moment for her to really give you a proper assessment of your moves. Like you got to get you mean it.
And I would think it would be hard to give her your best when you're probably thinking about it more than normal because this is somebody who's grading you, essentially.
Okay, I'm going to counterpoint here.
Yeah.
I'm going to counterpoint here. Any guy that's ever played a sport in their life, so like, you get up for the biggest games, right? Like this is your this is your sex Super Bowl. She is going to, you are being graded here. How could you not go all out?
Yeah, but that doesn't mean it's going to be better.
You're
all out. You're saying like you're giving it your all, but if you're doing stuff wrong, that could be.
I think it would F with your head. I don't think you're gonna give your best performance in this situation.
Well, you can't handle it. Man, you can't handle the pressure. You know what they say, buddy?
What do they say?
All right? Run with the big dogs or stay on the porch. I'll be here with the big dogs. Banging this woman I'm paying to tell me what I'm doing wrong having sex. No, I'm telling you, man. Like, if I was in this situation, I would be focused on giving the best sexual performance of my life.
And that's why you would overthink it, and you wouldn't get your boner would pay for it. You'd have a limp boner because it would get in your head.
Haven't had that problem yet, buddy.
Listen, I saw a guy do this, and he couldn't perform when he got there.
Well, yeah, but we both know that guy. Nice guy.
Great guy.
Nice guy.
Yeah.
All right. So look, obviously nothing is all gravy here.
Well, there'll be some gravy.
Past the ego of guys not being able to handle being told you're doing this wrong. If we're going to talk other potential negatives, are the skills you would learn with these specific women, because you would be with one woman, are they transferable to all women?
No.
Well, okay.
Because every woman's
you're not
different.
She's the woman.
But everybody is different on what they like. Like, one woman may like one thing and one woman may like something else. Like,
but maybe
there's no cookie cutter stamp on a chick.
I'm kind of thinking that there may be things that you're doing. Like, let's say, like, it's just something as simple as, like, you're making a really freaking weird noise and nobody wants to tell you.
Oh, okay.
Like, you could, like, there are, like, little things like that she could tell you that I'm sure most women would appreciate.
All right.
I'm going to ask a dull question. Not to you, because I don't want your answer.
Right.
Kimmy?
What?
Okay. I'm already regretting this. Like, when it comes to, like, taking a trip down south.
Yeah. Okay. For the man to go downstairs.
I asked you not to say words, please.
Please
stop that. Stop it. No, because you're going to make.
Nobody asked for commentary.
You're going to make it worse.
At the love zone.
Stop it. The love zone?
Okay, we'll call it the love zone.
No, don't call it the love zone.
It's better than what other things you could have said.
Kimmy, we started love zone. How long have you done this job? We started love zone and it ends up at the most.
There.
Okay.
So you licking lips.
Thank you.
Why?
Look what you did. Look what
Nobody,
you did.
Again, we
this
were
is
using
your
Love
fault.
Zone.
Your
That's
fault.
what we were going with.
You did this. Do most women enjoy all the same stuff, or is every woman unique?
I don't know. I think every woman's pretty unique in that.
Some women don't want it.
But that's where the communication thing comes in, though.
I mean, you can't come in there like a poon pirate
and maybe
thinking
this
you're going
woman-
to
and maybe this-
establish your flag.
Maybe this woman doesn't necessarily teach you exactly what to do, but she teaches you how to listen.
How can I listen with your thighs pressing on my ears?
You gotta listen. You gotta feel it out.
All right.
Maybe that's what she teaches you to do. Like maybe.
So she could give you direction down there.
No, I literally said the exact opposite.
She told you to listen. You did not listen. You said poon pirate. You said that into a microphone.
I literally said she may not be giving you like exact instructions. She may help you like feel out the situation as it goes. So like you know if she's enjoying something or she's not enjoying something. You gotta like, there's no set playbook for that kind of thing.
Interesting.
You didn't listen.
I'm learning.
No, he didn't listen to it.
I'm listening. I'm learning.
See,
And
there you go. That's why you need this woman.
No, but that might be the other problem.
What's
here.
that?
252 WCMF. Again, we're talking about this one woman named Arabella. She's 27 years old. She's an OnlyFans model. She's also a sex coach. She's part of a group of a bunch of women that you pay them, you have sex with them. They break down what you are doing right and doing wrong and give you the information and move forward here. Kimmy, how did we overlook the biggest problem with men here?
What's that?
Are they going to listen at all to what you tell them?
No, because he just answered to Kimmy, so.
Exactly. Kimmy is sharing valuable information here. You are cutting off the woman in the room as we talk about what women like sexually.
I was good stuff.
And
you put out good stuff.
Looping back around to the ego, right? Like if I do this and I get a bad grade from this woman, well, that bitch doesn't know what she's talking
well,
about.
that's what I was thinking too. Like, let's say she tells you the good things you did and then the things you can improve on or the things that maybe you should stop doing. You're only going to hear the good things she said.
Yep.
She told me I was nailing it in this and then completely disregard all the bad stuff because, well, if I'm doing it good here, then it doesn't matter over there.
It's just like you're going to just overdo it. Like the guy who makes gravy really good for Thanksgiving and makes 5 gallons of gravy.
Yes.
Nobody wants 5 gallons of gravy.
It may actually make things worse.
So, the way this works, paying a woman to give you tips on how to have sex better by having sex with her, it feels like it would only work for single men, obviously.
Yeah.
Unless there are married women or women in long-term relationships that would be fine with their husbands or boyfriends doing this so they could get more pleasure in the bedroom.
Yeah, but she would want to also be there while you're doing it, watching this.
Maybe, maybe not.
I would imagine most women would want to be in the room.
You want to see it?
I don't think so because then that could mess up your results.
Oh yeah, because now I got a double performance.
Yeah, you don't want that.
But it's like when
2 shows standing remote.
But it's like older guys. Sometimes the wife insists that you go. She goes with you to see the doctor because you're not gonna listen. So she's gonna listen for you.
Yep.
So that might be the situation.
All right, but let's say she wasn't there.
Right.
Kimmy, of the women you know, can you give me a percentage in your head of women that you think would allow their husband or boyfriend to do this for the sake of their pleasure improving? Is that an out-of-the-question thing?
I think they like the idea, but when it would actually come time to schedule a date for this to happen, I think a lot of people in a relationship would have a hard time doing it.
It would destroy it, I would think.
Well, but on the other hand, Tommy.
Because I know it's like a business transaction. Why can't I say that word? But it's just the idea of it and knowing while it's happening, when exactly it's happening, it's gonna mess with your head.
It would be really awkward too when your husband comes back home.
Yeah.
After getting all this instructions, right? Because he would approach it
You come home with
like he
notes.
just went to a seminar at work. Like, all right, so let me get my reading glasses out here. I got some notes I took here. It says, first of all, open your mouth. Now I'm supposed to be 7 inches away before I do insertion. Like he would just read all his notes out like it's an IKEA project.
And there are certain
I'm gonna
things,
need an Allen wrench for that thing.
there are certain things that would also get lost in translation.
Oh, yeah.
Like you may have taken it what she said a certain way, and then you're gonna pass that to your wife or girlfriend, and she's gonna be like, "Well, that doesn't sound right,"
Okay.
and it's just gonna be a big mess.
Yeah, what if you do it? She doesn't like your new moves.
Okay, look, all of these things are valid concerns. You're right. All of these things you are saying valid. But, Kimmy, I would counter to that, and I get that this sounds crazy. But there are lots of women who have met men they have fallen in love with.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Great dudes.
Yeah.
Fantastic. Good looking, whatever.
Good people.
And sex don't work. And, I mean, a sexual relationship is a very big part of a long-term relationship.
Yeah.
So, Kimmy,
Yeah.
I mean, I know you have friends that have had this discussion. Like, he's perfect except you don't know what he's doing. No?
I don't know if it's
all
to
of
that,
your friends have had the best
well,
sexual experience
even
ever?
if I'm not saying like maybe they have problems. Like nobody, I guess, would say that like they have no sexual chemistry with their partner.
You've
Like,
never
I
heard
don't
that
know-
before.
Not anybody that would admit to it to that extent.
Well, maybe it's people are afraid to be honest with Kimmy. I mean, we've heard from women. We've taken phone calls from women that have said the sexual chemistry, the sex that my husband wants to perform upon me is terrible.
Yeah.
I didn't say it didn't exist.
Okay.
I just don't know if like you're that open about it with people you know and who know your husband.
All right, fair enough.
You know.
I mean, look, there's lots of ways to measure how much of a dick a guy is.
Okay.
But I think as we have this discussion, wrap it up here, the easiest way to find out how much of a dick a guy is
Right.
is he wouldn't even consider this as helpful to his sexual game. Like, he has reached peak male physical form.
I'm nailing it.
Right? Because, like, even if you think you're doing well, which you're probably not,
Yeah.
you aren't a little bit curious about how great you could be? Like, if there's some kind of untapped sex potential that just a little bit of guidance could bring out of you?
Oh, sure. But do you want to admit that?
Why is it wrong to admit that something you've never been coached on in your life you may not be the best at?
Because it insults your manhood.
But again,
Well, and I think the longer you've been doing, I mean, think about it. You've been doing it that way for decades. And I think when you feel like you're doing any job for that long, you're going to be offended if somebody all of a sudden tells you, hey, you've been doing it wrong this whole time.
but here's the difference. When I showed up here not knowing how to do radio, somebody taught me how to do this.
Yeah.
Not well, but they
Yeah.
taught me how to do this.
Yeah.
I went and worked at Wegmans. They taught me how to make all the stuff with the
but
prepared
think if
foods.
somebody came in right now and told you you're doing it all wrong. Let's hit the reset button.
I understand, but I could look at them and say, hey, listen, this is how I was shown to do it. With sex, nobody has shown you how to have sex. You watch porn, it's not real.
Right.
Your dad gives you the talk about the birds and the bees. He's not giving you physical, examples of what you're supposed to be doing. Not a single man in the history of America has ever been taught how to have sex. So there should be no offense if you're not doing it right.
But what if you go and you realize you don't have that talent?
What talent?
You're just not good at sex?
You're bad all around.
You just don't have that kind of charisma, charm, and moves. You have no game in the sack, and you went and did this, and you've no improvement.
You would have to be able to improve.
Why?
Yeah. I mean, if
There's
you're,
guys that
if-
go to the golf range every week and they still slice.
I would
man.
argue if you're at that point, there's only room for improvement.
No, but let's say you don't have that. You don't have that skill.
All right,
Well,
well
there's
then.
always things you can learn, though, right? That would make it a little better.
It may be.
Oh, I think that these women, they have binoculars ready to roll. They hand them to you and they tell you, good luck with bird watching. All right, let's take a break. As we talk about masculinity,
Yeah, sure.
right? Sexuality.
Oh yeah.
The other thing that makes a guy masculine,
What's that?
fighting.
Fighting.
Yeah, ability to be tough.
Who's fighting?
Because there is a situation that happened west of us.
Yeah.
And I think that every man has a fight fantasy in their head.
Okay.
Right, like-
what you see in the movies.
Oh, yeah. Like how you're going to react. But
Yeah.
part of that fight fantasy is who you're standing across from. And that's the problem here.
Oh.
Because whoever got in this altercation, I'm
Yeah.
sure in their head, when they were imagining this, did not have this person across from them. And we'll get into it next here in the break room on CMF. Every man has a fight fantasy.
What happened?
Well, like you imagine what it would be like if you had to go fisticuffs to fisticuff
Yeah.
with somebody else. And in those fight fantasies, the characters are similar. Some dick standing across from you.
Yeah.
And he's done something so wrong, you now get to take care of business guilt-free. Watch me dispatch him with extreme prejudice.
All right.
Problem with your fantasy, however,
What's that?
when you get into reality, you can't pick the person who is going to be a dick to you. And the victim in this story, there is no way they could have imagined that this person would be staring them down, daring you to do something. You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5, WCMF. All right. We got tickets to see Heart. They're coming to CMAC August 29th, courtesy of the Bowery Presents. Don't call yet. Do not call. But if I were you,
Yeah, what do I do?
and you want to see Heart,
Oh, yeah.
I would wait just a little while longer.
Okay.
Wink.
Well, you can wink at Hard.
Yeah. Great band. Love winking.
Nice girl.
If you win these tickets, I suggest you wink at Heart while you're at CMAC. Sit tight. We will get you those tickets in just a little while here in the break room on CMF. Tommy?
Yeah, buddy.
This story comes to us from Batavia. Police had to get involved after an incident on West Main Street. Now, we don't know what led to the incident, but an argument between two people got a little out of control.
Okay.
And authorities had to arrest a man after they say he intentionally damaged a car during said argument.
He damaged a car.
Intentionally damaged a car.
Okay.
I mean, that would get your blood boiling, right?
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Also, the man who allegedly damaged the car is 74 years old.
I'm going to give that car a good caning.
So,
All right, 74-year-old.
74-year-old
All
man.
right.
74-year-old.
Okay, all right.
So you end up
Yeah.
in a heated argument with a 74-year-old man, and he's so unafraid of what he thinks you'll do, he damages your car while looking you in the face. What do? What do you do?
After the old codger took out my quarter panel?
Yeah, how you like that? What are you going to do about it? You going to call the cops like a little bitch? You afraid of Grandpa? You scared to take the octogenarian on in the octagonarian?
Well, it depends, I guess, how old you are, right?
Let's say standard bodies that we're in right now.
No, I'm saying, but let's say I'm
Yeah, no, you right.
I'm 65. This
Yeah.
guy's 75, and he just damaged.
He's
my car.
74.
Yeah.
Oh,
Literally
74.
just said 74 multiple times.
Hey, you rounded up.
Yeah.
Well, you know how people lie about their age.
Sure, sure. Why would you lie to be older?
I don't know.
Okay.
Well, I'm gonna call the cops.
Okay, so you're not gonna.
No, I'm not
No,
gonna.
no. You
fight
wouldn't.
somebody.
You,
My name's Tommy, and I'm afraid of a 74-year-old man who has no problem busting my quarter panel because he lied about his age. I'm gonna call the police because I'm scared. Because I'm scared ass little bitch. Go on. I'm sorry.
No, you got to call the cops.
but not before saying, "Hey, cut it out."
Well, you wouldn't just. You got to have to say something. I mean, you couldn't sit there like a numbnut while
No,
the
no,
guy
you-
just like starts pounding your car.
Yeah, you gotta say, hey. Well, you think you're tough? Well, hello, 911. I Siri calling. Okay.
You're going to jail, buddy. You're going to grandpa jail.
All right, look, you're right. Most men listening are not going to fight a 74-year-old man. You should not fight a 74-year-old man unless you yourself are 74, and even there, you're running a risk.
Yeah.
I could see guys though trying to did he did you say he hit it with something?
I don't know.
Okay.
Tommy
I
threw
said-
Kane in there.
Okay,
The
because I was
show
gonna
is
say, like, if he
ridiculous.
had something in his hand, I could see somebody trying to like wrestle it out of their hand, even though they feel like
But
they're
that's
not
getting physical, then.
I know, but I think a lot of guys would have a tough time just watching it all go down.
I agree with you there. But again, I would hope that most men are not going to put their hands on a 74-year-old man. That being said,
Yeah.
Tommy, every man has a fight fantasy, right?
Yeah, everybody has that Charles Bronson, Dirty Harry.
Okay. You're somewhere, and in your head, a guy says or does something so awful, well, now we're getting physical. And no one in that place is going to blame you. You got the support of everybody wherever you are.
All right.
In that fight fantasy, what does your opponent look like? 252-WCMF, 252-9263. For the sake of science,
Yeah.
let's do a break room experiment. Excuse me. In your fight fantasy, the person that you are fighting in your head every time you think about this, what are their age? What are they wearing? And what is their build?
Oh,
All right, so Tommy,
yeah.
everyone on the live stream right now on YouTube at the Break Room
Yeah.
WCMF can see you.
Mhm.
In your fight fantasy, give me the age, build, and outfit of the man you are fighting.
Age would be my age.
Okay.
Build,
Yeah.
less than me.
Okay. So it doesn't exist.
So it's an older, terrible time, Timmy.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, something like that.
Okay. And what are they wearing?
Oh, they're just clothes wise.
Yeah.
Yeah, like dad stuff.
Okay. Standard dad stuff.
Like an effeminate sissy dad.
Okay.
Oh, I thought you were gonna picture like some like punk with tattoos or something.
I'm with you 100%.
You know?
Oh, I was thinking someone my age.
Yeah, no,
but-
it's somebody your age.
It is. It's your fantasy.
Yeah.
Oh, I mean,
I don't
yeah.
want. Yeah, I don't want to mess up your fantasy.
No, I wasn't going younger.
That's surprising to me
Mm.
because I always assumed older guys, Kimmy, would picture younger
Yeah.
guys in their fight fantasy.
Oh, okay.
No?
Like schooling a punk.
Well, I don't know. I mean, look, you're the older guy. Maybe I'm wrong here. I just assume that
some like trashy young guy causing trouble.
Ooh,
you know?
yeah.
And you get in there and you go, hey,
Yeah.
hey, when I was your age, we knew how to show respect. And you kick his ass. And everyone's like, yeah, youth today sucks. These kids don't know how to.
Yeah, it's
Nobody
weird
wants to work anymore.
Roll
It's weird
credits.
to me that your fantasy involves fighting a guy in a vest.
His fantasy involves him fighting himself. You described yourself, right?
I think so.
Okay, so 252 WCMF. If you are an older guy, is that fantasy a younger guy? If you are a younger guy, Kimmy, do younger guys fantasize about fighting older guys, or do they fantasize about fighting douchier guys around their
I kind
age?
of picture they picture like the douche, like their twin but a douche version.
Okay, so the exact same person.
Yeah.
I mean, I think it also, where this fight in your fantasy goes down,
Yeah.
reveals something about you. Like, are you fighting at an intersection, like in this story we have here from Batavia? Is it at a bar? And
I'm thinking most of it's got to be bar.
Okay, so you want a bar fight
Well, I'm
fantasy.
thinking most fantasy fights are bar fights.
Okay. I mean, what about a Wegmans situation?
I don't.
Well, some personal interaction gets out of hand. You see some guy that shoplifts and mouths off to some woman who's just minding her own business. Hey!
Oh.
Hey!
All right.
I mean, we've seen guys in parking lots of stores try to
Step up.
stop guys.
Oh, I would think parking lot rage, road rage, parking lot rage, and bar fights would have to be the top three.
Okay. I guess it's where you want to be a hero. Because, like, if it happens in road rage style, not a lot of people are going to be able to cheer you on. But if you're in a bar, if you're in a store, and you do something that in your head is for the sake of the greater good, you want everyone around you to go, wow, did you see what that brave man did? Not only did he step up, he took care of business.
Oh, yeah, kick some ass.
Right? Does how you kick their ass also reveal something about your character in this fantasy?
Like your fantasy fight that goes on for 5 minutes.
Well, okay, there's that. So,
Yeah.
do you have a lengthy fight in your head or a short fight?
Well, nobody can fight a lengthy fight. Nobody's got the energy to actually fight a lengthy fight.
Again, yes, of course, but we're talking fantasy.
Well, yeah,
here,
but
man.
you're
Yeah,
going to
yeah.
have it like in the movies where you're
Right.
throwing him over the
Yeah.
hood of a car and kicking his ass and then dragging him around. You're going to have all those great lines you'll be spewing while you're beating him up.
Well, no, I mean, there's two ways this fight fantasy could go. Again, 252 WCMF start talking about the story out in Batavia. A 74-year-old man was arrested after police say during an argument he damaged somebody's car. And we're talking about how whoever was standing across from this man, I'm sure, in the fantasy that every man has
Yeah.
in their fight, did not have 74-year-old man as their opponent. I get where you're coming from because there is something cool about throwing a guy over a hood of a car, right? Like throwing him through a window.
You're going to go Hollywood. Your fantasy is going to be pure Hollywood.
No, I see my fantasy. It's a one-punch knockout.
Oh.
Bah! And you're done.
Like you drop him.
I tried, like, yeah, he gets all up my face. He's like chest out. He goes, why don't you take the first shot? Or no, I take it back. My fantasy, he throws the first punch. I duck it, and
And
then I
knock
put
him
him
out.
down. Because then I get to be like, well, he threw the first punch.
right.
I was the gentleman here.
All right.
One-punch knockout in front of everybody. Pretty damn cool.
Yeah, but you don't get much of a
One drop. Yeah.
fight scene out of it.
Yeah.
Have you not
don't
seen
get
Back
to,
to
You
the
don't get to whip out any of your cool
Got no
like
line.
karate moves.
Yeah.
Okay, all right, let's talk about that. If we had to poll men, what style of fight
Oh.
shows up in your fantasy? Tommy, are you a straight-up fist fight guy? Are you a karate guy?
Oh, karate.
Or are you shooting for their legs and going ground and pound like MMA?
Yeah, I don't know what that's like.
Okay, so we'll go with the first
Yeah,
two.
I don't watch MMA.
I think this might be this might vary based on age and based on the movies you grew up with.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, what are you thinking?
Like I'm thinking my dad, like he thinks like he'd be a great like kickboxer. Like
That's Bruce Lee.
He's gonna throw some
No,
like,
you know, he's
kicks
Jean-Claude
in
Van
there.
Damme.
Yeah. Like he's gonna
But
do
he's
some
my
flying
age.
punch moves.
But your old man grew up with Bruce Lee, right?
Yeah, he's your age. So
Yeah.
it would-
I would have thought that he was-
Well, I mean,
You forget the power
There's a
Steven Seagal
range,
and Jean-Claude
yeah.
Van Damme had
Yeah.
on 30-year-old men in the late 80s and early
Yeah,
90s.
that's true.
But I'm thinking like younger guys now probably more like jiu-jitsu, UFC style moves, right? Like I'm gonna get him in a headlock on
More
the ground.
wrestling.
Okay, because like I'm thinking guys our age, Kimmy, between
Mm-hmm.
like 30 and 45, that's straight up Queensberry rules, two fists. We're gonna
Oh,
box this sucker
okay.
out.
Because my whole head goes to like Dirty Harry and all that stuff.
So you have a gun?
So you have a weapon.
Oh,
In your fight fantasy, you shoot them?
big ass. I want one of those guns that's like, because I'm small, right? So
Are
if I
you
looked
also
at a
riding a
big
horse?
ass gun,
Like,
it'd be like comically huge gun. I'd be waving at
Okay,
it.
but even in your fantasy,
Oh.
you're going to get blown backwards by that thing.
That's all right. Let's find out.
You're going to shoot the sign off at the bar.
I love how he can't even physically fight somebody in his fantasy.
Oh, we got folks writing us on Instagram. Duffy on WCMF is the easiest way to get us. Adam writes, the bar in Florida I used to hang out at, Miguel Cotto, the boxer.
No.
He was a very good boxer.
Oh, right.
Would frequent there a lot. A random dude tried to walk up to him and get him to fight. You're trying to fight Miguel Cotto?
I bet you boxers get that a lot because guys want to see what
Yeah.
You're tough. I want to see how tough I am.
Yeah, it is funny when you see like Floyd Mayweather walk around. He's got
There'd be-
an
yeah.
army of bodyguards.
Yeah.
Yeah. Must happen a lot.
So we're asking what your fight fantasy partner looks like. Scott writes us on Instagram. Steve Urkel build, 45 years old. Okay,
Steve Urkel.
shouldn't you?
Yeah,
at
you
least-
want to make it look like a fight, right?
It is a fantasy,
Yeah,
right?
that's true.
Like in my fantasy, like he's a guy around my age, around my build, and he just doesn't know when to shut up.
Again, you're fighting yourself.
Like just run your mouth, blah, 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 blah. But in my fantasy, he's got to start something.
Okay,
I can't walk
yeah.
over and be the hero and be like, hey, right? I need him to like come over and like invade my space and like
Okay.
hit me in some
Just
way
be
or
a
like
dick.
insult my wife or my children. And now it's like, all right, buddy.
You didn't have a choice.
Yeah, I'm a peaceful person, but you've pushed me past my line.
Walking Tall, Buford Pusser.
Yeah.
That's how Walking Tall started every time. I didn't start this mess, but I'm gonna fix it.
That's right. I don't start nothing, but you sure as hell believe I'm going to finish it. Before this moment,
Yeah.
did anyone else know your fight fantasy?
I don't think so.
Outside
I don't
of
know how that would come up.
Hold on. Guys love to talk about all kinds of stupid stuff.
Yeah, there were guys I know that would always tell you how they were going to kick somebody's ass.
That's what I'm saying.
But they never kicked anybody's ass.
Does your-
There was always that guy at work. What I would have done.
Does your fight fantasy change based on fights that you may have gotten in throughout your life or seen throughout your life?
But I
Because
just got
I
my
think
ass
we've all
pounded.
been at a bar where like a fight breaks out, right? And whether or not you're sucked into that fight or not, or your buddy's in it and you get pulled into it, like does that change your fight fantasy based on how that whole situation plays out?
I've never seen a fight outside of a boxing ring that looks cool.
No.
No, I'm not saying it would look cool, but would your opponent change in your mind?
Oh.
After,
Based on
let's
what
say-
I saw?
Yeah, or based on what you've experienced.
But, all right, I'll even say this, Kimmy. I don't think that based on past experience or anything you've seen, you can tell what the person across from you is capable of.
That, to your point, I was always amazed when fights broke out at work and stuff like that. The guys that I didn't know knew how to fight that could really fight. They didn't look at it all. But Jesus Christ, they got it done quick.
Yeah.
Like
Yes.
they just knew the moves, and it was over quick. And I was like, the other guy was shocked.
If there's the reason, I mean, other than it's a stupid thing to do, right? But the reason I don't ever want to fight anybody is you can't tell until it's too late, like how good a fighter they are.
Right.
But you can tell as soon as they like square up. Like I think I can tell how good a fighter a guy is when he is in a stance ready to fight. And it's like at that point, like, oh no, this is bad.
But most of the fights never started that way.
Yeah.
Like for the fights that I saw at work and stuff like that, they were more like explosions.
Oh, it just happened and boom.
Yeah,
we're
it wasn't like
like
they were-
two people squared
All
off.
right,
Usually,
buddy.
it was like somebody took a cheap shot.
Yeah,
or so,
but
you know
it was
what I
like
mean? Yeah.
boom, and there was a fight breaking
Yeah.
out. And I
You don't even
love,
know where it started.
And the one guy I love was like after the fight was over at work and stuff like that. And back in the day, nobody was getting fired. There was no HR and stuff. There was always that guy. You know what, man? If that would have went on another minute,
Yep.
I was going to step in.
Mm-hmm.
No, you weren't.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
You had all the time to step in.
No, I had your back. I was waiting for when it got bad.
Yes.
I was waiting for when it got bad.
He's lucky.
252 WCMF. We've been rambling. We've been asking for people's fight fantasy. All right, so we had asked off this story of the 74-year-old man in Batavia damaging someone's car in an argument. We had asked for age. We had asked for what they are wearing. And what was the last thing, Kimmy? I forgot. I'm sorry. Age, what they're wearing, and their build.
Oh.
Let's talk to Jones. Hey, Jones, you're on CMF. What's up, buddy?
Hey, how we doing?
Good. What do you got?
I'm going to have to go with fight fantasy.
Okay.
Fighting myself at 18 years old. I want to know at 42 if I could beat myself up at 18.
That's
an
a great
interesting
question.
fantasy.
All right.
I know.
Let's walk down this road. All right, Jones, are you in better shape now or were you in better shape at 18?
Well, it's two different shapes.
Okay.
I would say better shape at 30.
Okay.
A medium.
Okay. All right. But I'm saying, like, were you stronger? Did you have more stamina at 18 or is that now?
Oh, more stamina at 18, but way stronger now.
Okay. All right. So if it goes the distance, 18-year-old you, he's got the advantage. But if you can land your shots, the slower, pudgier you got a shot.
I'm definitely connecting and hurting way worse.
Okay. I don't know, man. 18-year-old kids are quick.
Scrappy.
I was little,
Are you?
but I'm bigger now.
Are you bragging that you could kick 18-year-old you's ass?
I think you guys helped me answer the question.
Hey, Jones, let me ask you a question.
Thanks, guys.
Let me ask you a question. If you ran into 18-year-old you at a bar, would you want to fight 18-year-old you?
1,000%.
I mean, Tommy, would you want to fight 18-year-old you?
Oh, yeah. I can't stand 18-year-old me.
I can't stand 64-year-old you. Jones, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day.
Yeah, I was such an a-hole. I would want to pound my ass in a fight.
At 18.
Yes.
Tommy's looking for an 18-year-old ass to pound.
No, my own 18-year-old ass,
Yep.
not just any random young man's ass.
You were saying, Kimmy?
I think a lot of guys, whether they know it or not, are squaring up with another version of themselves.
Yeah, probably.
Whether it's a younger version, whether it's their same build, the way they dress, just like a more punk version or a dick version of themselves.
Because you kind of see it as a fair fight.
Yeah, and I think that's what it is. Like you want it to be somewhat of a fair fight, but you want the edge.
But you're not taking Richie Incognito.
Well, no, I'm losing that
guy's-
fight.
Yeah.
The guy would rip you apart like a clam.
Yeah.
So you gotta pick you. You had to pick
Yeah.
a version of you to fight.
Now I'm thinking, I don't know if I could kick 18-year-old me's ass.
Were you fat then?
I was fat. I was probably like 280.
280.
Well, but it was like
but in fighting shape.
yeah, it was a halfway in shape 280. I could take a punch way better
Yeah,
at
but
18.
you were chain smoking, man.
It's true. I'm in better shape now, but yeah, man, I could just
Man, you were tarred up,
the amount of times I would get
tarred up and lard up.
All right. No fight at CMAC. Everyone knows that rule,
You
right?
better be cool.
Keep your fantasies at home. And
Be
why would
cool.
you fight at a heart show?
No, enjoy the show.
That's right, unless you hate long-nosed fish. We got a pair of tickets to go see Heart at CMAC August 29th, courtesy of the Bowery Presents. Tickets go on sale Thursday, 10 a.m. at Ticketmaster.com, but you can win them right now.
Oh.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. We will take the 8th caller. One lucky winner going to see Heart. Best of luck from your friends. 8th caller here in the break room on CMF. Tommy is the world's biggest Wegmans fan.
Oh, yeah.
And part of it is because he feels like he gets the ultimate experience going to the mothership every single
Oh,
day.
yeah.
Well, it turns out you've been upset about Wegmans opening better stores in other areas.
Yes.
Even the last gem that Pittsford had right across the street is about to take a second-place trophy.
Really?
Really? We're going to tell you what Wegmans is opening in New York City.
I knew it. I told you I knew it. Remember you said, what are they going to, was it the spot we talked about?
I don't know. You tell me. Oh, actually, I'll tell you.
All right.
And we'll do it next here in the break room. Let's see you, man. It's official, buddy.
What happened?
You can't be an arrogant dick anymore.
I can't?
Nothing you bragged about from your favorite whole place in the whole wide world. Special.
Really?
Because this last, well, we got this and no one else does, and it's the best you had,
Yeah.
it ain't anymore.
What'd they do?
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. We have our winner for the tickets to go see Hart. Kimmy, who's going to the show?
Carmen.
That's a good Hart name.
Oh, yeah.
Is that a male Carmen or a female
Male
Carmen?
Carmen.
Male
Oh,
Carmen.
yeah. He's putting his cologne on now.
Congratulations, Carmen. You're going to see Hart. Have no fear if you did not win. We will have more tickets for you tomorrow.
Oh, great.
To go see Hart at CMAC August 29th from your friends here in the break room on CMF. So if you listen to the show on a regular basis, you know Tommy lives for Wegmans.
Yeah.
And the love of Wegmans comes partly from your history as a grocery store worker.
Yeah.
It also comes from this weird arrogance you have that the Pittsford Wegmans is the mothership.
Well, it is. That's world headquarters.
And for years and years and years and years, the Pittsford Wegmans was the best Wegmans on the planet.
It was the gem.
Yeah, you got it. That started to change as they've opened up Wegmans in new places.
And their palaces.
They're better Wegmans.
Oh, yeah.
And that bothered you.
Yeah, because our Wegmans is now like 20-something years old.
Oh, no.
They need to remodel it.
Remodel the Pittsford Wegmans.
Yeah.
But even with that anger, Tommy,
Yeah.
you took pride in the fact that you had something across the street that no one else in the world had.
Oh, yeah.
That would be?
The high-end restaurant.
Next door.
Best sushi around.
Yeah.
Their sushi is like you're in Tokyo.
Wow.
Well, those guys go to Tokyo to train.
Yeah, I hear it. Every day they go get the fish, they come back. Oh, you see this new thing we do in Tokyo?
All that fish flown in daily. Daily, baby.
Well, guess what?
Yeah.
Not even your next door is the best next door in the world
So
anymore.
they made another next door?
Wegmans is opening a second next door location known as Next Door. I'm kidding.
Yeah.
In New York City.
Ooh.
Near their Wegmans in Astor Place between East 8th and 9th Street in Greenwich Village.
Well, you remember you were telling me they bought a second property. We were wondering what they were going to do with it. Is that this joint?
I don't know. It
Because I
says
said it was going to be a wine and booze store.
well, the new restaurant, it says, is within the Wegmans that it currently exists.
Oh, so it's attached almost.
Yes, yeah. So
Okay.
I don't think it's the other property that they bought.
That's going to be a dunk.
Bro, this place is so much better than yours.
Of course it. Well, it's in Manhattan, man.
You gotta
You're
fancy
gonna have
it up, right?
Madonna
Yeah.
down there eating.
Of all the celebrities. Madonna?
Who else?
I don't know. Any other
Mariah
celebrity?
Carey. She lives around there.
Did you watch a documentary about 80s and 90s divas last
Well, I'm
night?
trying to think of like big celebrities that are would eat sit down meal.
Kimmy, according to the Democrat and Chronicle, the Art Deco-inspired Astor Place restaurants is filled with warm lighting and greenery, as well as intricate floor mosaics and glass panels. Some of the panels, designed by New York City-based Miriam Ellner,
Wait, she's in on it?
are on loan from Danny Wegman's personal
Ooh.
collection.
Wait, his own art?
Yep, it will be in this restaurant.
Wow.
Damn.
Mosaics lining the floor and columns are made from Italian tile, inspired by the remnants found in the restaurant's original ceiling walls. The decor also pulls themes from Greek mythology. This really hurts.
So you won't
Yeah,
be able to
that's
get in. There'll be a line down the block.
Yeah, I mean, you wouldn't be able to get in anyway. Pond and a pool. Pond's good for you. Also, the menu in New York City
Gonna be different.
will be better
Ooh,
than
better.
the menu in Pittsburgh.
Well, the one in Pittsburgh, it's pretty heavy on the sushi.
Well, this is going to have better sushi. In New York City, you'll find high-end delights like caviar served with buckwheat blini, yuzu cream frige.
You having a stroke there?
Yuzu cream frige.
Lou Holtz?
Oroto.
It's cold.
You know what Oroto is?
A roto?
Uh-huh. So fancy you don't even know what it is. That's a fat
Are you saying it right?
Oroto. Otoro. Otoro.
What are you, a harbor seal?
They're serving seal there too,
I
man.
bet.
Yeah, Greek seal. Otoro, I'm sorry.
All right.
Do you know what Otoro
No.
is? It's a fatty tuna. They will have
Ooh.
uni. You know what that is?
No.
Sea urchin. And they will have a signature platter of seafood delights, including oyster, king salmon, pate,
So it's going to be heavy on the sushi.
lobster, and hokkaido scallops.
Oh,
That's for $125 a person.
damn. I'm out.
Yeah, you were out. You wouldn't be allowed in.
I
You
can
can't-
get in.
Bro, those sneakers don't go on that mosaic, man. You need higher end shoes. You can't be wearing your maroon bowling shoes to Wegmans Danny's personal
I can
mosaic.
get spiffed up.
This thing, it looks intense.
Oh, yeah.
But is it one of those things where that would be unique here, but not there. You know what I mean?
Kimmy, believe it or not, I am not familiar with the sushi scene in Manhattan.
I'm not either. I'm not either. So I just feel like there's so many. I mean, obviously there are way more options there. So I wonder like how that fits in.
I mean, look, yeah, you're probably right. I mean, yes, you have to go higher end. But the bottom line is this: with this new next door opening in Manhattan, with all the special things they have that we don't have here, you've got nothing special anymore.
Right. So they need to step up Pittsford. They got to fix it.
Why would
Yeah,
they
but
do
you
that?
just said you couldn't afford it.
Yeah.
No, but just like the store's old. Now they got a better restaurant. They got to step that up.
No,
The
but
store is perfectly functional though. Like, what do you just want a newer store?
Like
to
ours
have a
is,
newer store.
Ours isn't even nice as the one next to Pat. Like we don't have even a clock tower or nothing.
yeah, we did. Calkins Wegmans is great.
They all have the clock tower.
It's quality Wegmans. Also, they have the Josh Allen giant Corona bobblehead. It's like 4 feet
But
tall.
we don't have them.
Here's
Yeah,
the
you know.
funny thing though. If they did come in and like totally redo your Wegmans, I don't know where anything is anymore. They changed all the aisles.
And I may not live that long. So I don't know.
Well, we can only hope. No, but like with this idea that you're now at least second place in everything, right? And you want new stuff. As we discuss this new next door that will be opening, the sushi restaurant by Wegmans in Manhattan. What motivation do they have to make it better? Because they got you already, you sucker. You a sucker. You ain't going to stop going, sucker.
Yeah, but
because you love Daddy so much, sucker.
You sound like the sushi guy.
Sucker. Otaro. You were saying, I'm sorry.
Fatty tuna. That's your mom.
Yeah, he ran out. He forgot what he was going to say.
did.
Just swinging wildly, like in his fight fantasy.
The one thing Wegmans doesn't get is complacent. I mean, they keep pushing the envelope. They keep growing.
No, they're pushing the envelope and growing.
Well, they need to do some pushing.
Outside.
You need to do some homegrown pushing.
Okay, but here's the thing, man. They are so iconic in Rochester, and for good reason.
But they keep improving their stuff.
You just said it wasn't good enough for you.
Well, now that I know you got better.
Yeah, much better.
Like I saw that one in Virginia. Are you giving these hillbillies Virginia this stuff? You know, I appreciate it.
They're doing much better for people that are better than you in other communities because they looked you up and down and they go, you know what? He's a sucker. We got him. Because there's nothing that could happen at that store that would make you stop going to that Wegmans.
No.
You said that.
But when you see somebody else got nice, you want nice.
Yeah, but you just want to go look at it.
Right.
You don't want to buy anything.
Why shop?
No, but I'm saying like with this high end stuff, like you just want it to have it, not because it's actually going to benefit you in any way.
You're talking to a man.
I just want to look at the fatty tuna.
Okay, I did that last night.
You already did it.
Yeah. Oh, I did it.
Shut up.
I had a hold of fatty tuna. You're looking at a man that bought a $12 pineapple.
I know, and you never will again, will you?
Well, no, I had the experience. I'm also tapped.
I had the pink pineapple experience.
And then I bought the $46 cup of crab.
You know what's funny too?
Yeah.
Right? Like he's all pissed off that there's a newer next door.
Yeah.
Right? You can't afford to go eat it next door now in Rochester.
We go.
When's the last time you went to next door? Ha! I mean, that's
when did Obama resign?
he did.
I thought he resigned.
No, he did not.
No, can you remember the birth certificate or something?
That's a high-end restaurant.
I've been to the next door. I've had sushi and drinks in there.
Yeah, but you're only allowed to sit at the bar.
Yeah. I mean, we don't sit down with like a long table of
You hear this? You hear this right now?
douchebags.
Like he's trying to make himself sound big money. He walks in the bar. Hey, can I see your bar menu, please?
Oh, you know who I was sitting next to last time I was there?
Who's that?
Wise guy?
Who's that?
Your boy.
Who?
Who's your boy?
You tell me.
Who's your next door boy?
Who's my next door boy?
He's high end.
I don't know who you're talking about.
Oh, you don't know who I'm talking about?
I don't have a next door boy.
You don't know
Who is it? Who is it? Who is it? Who is it?
You won't say it, will you?
Catalana.
Oh, yeah, that guy's a huge douche.
He was at the bar with me.
You're not. Well, yeah, but see, he
His
was.
fiancée touching elbows.
He was waiting for his table. This is as far as your train went, son.
Yeah, he did have a table.
This is where all the drifters off the train here, son. You guys got potato skins on a bar
I
menu?
like eating at the bar.
You don't.
Yes, I do.
No, you tell yourself that because they won't allow you in the higher end places. You don't even know what the hallway into the dining room looks like.
Well, I can't get past the bathroom. But I hear it's nice.
I mean, I would argue that next door restaurant is the highest end restaurant in Rochester. Is that a fair statement?
It's got to be up there. I mean, they're all in Pittsford.
Well, no, there's a couple in the city.
Yeah, but
Okay, here comes old man taking.
I mean, the city ones are nice, but they're old and they're dated.
They're all brand new.
It was new, high end new.
The one you just went to that you also sat at the bar, you bum.
Is that a red?
No.
Well, there's that. That's one of them.
Oh, that patron saint.
Yes.
Yeah, that was high end.
Did you sit at the bar?
No, we had a table, but we ate lunch. Bar was full.
Let's take a break. The state of New York has been trying to pass this now for over a year.
What are they trying to do?
And Governor Hochul believes they are right on the goal line.
Mm-hmm.
And so much so, in fact, that they have used a local school to test out what they want to do.
Oh.
We are all in constant contact with each other all the time.
Yeah.
And folks in schools are arguing that is having a negative effect on our kids. So they are ready to blow these the hell away.
Get them out
Get
of the
rid
school.
of them. Yeah, it's done. It's done.
And they'll never come back. This is such a dumb idea.
I mean, I'm with you. And not only for the safety reason, but you really think kids aren't smart enough to figure this out?
You're fighting the future, man.
Man.
And you're never going to win.
We'll get into it next here in the break room on CMF. We've been talking about this for 2 years now on the show.
What's that?
It's just around the corner, and the state is ready to outlaw these in schools.
Yeah.
One local school, in fact, Tommy, has been used as a testing ground.
Oh.
Proof, say supporters of this idea, that getting rid of these during the school day makes life absolutely better for everyone.
Okay.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF will jump right into it. The state is ready to ban cell phones in your kid's school.
Get them out.
The state budget has money for schools to go out and get smartphone storage solutions for a bell-to-bell ban.
So you put your phone in this lockdown till the end of the day.
So there's a couple of different ways to do it, and we'll get into that in just a second, right? So, like, for example, Hilton High School was part of the testing ground for this recently. And, Kimmy, you saw this story as well as I did. Your alma mater, Hilton High School.
Yes, it is.
So they had kids volunteer that were willing to participate in this stuff.
Turn over the phone.
The way that this one worked, it is a pouch
Right.
that has the school's logo on it.
Right.
And the kids take the pouch, they put their phone in it, the teacher locks it in some way.
Teacher,
Zips
like,
it up.
has. So have you ever seen these for like there's some concerts you go to or shows where they will make you lock your phone in these pouches?
I have not touched one of these.
Okay, so it's basically just like you put it in this little pouch and only like there's one key to like unlock the pouch. So I would assume the teacher has like a way of unlocking these pouches or they're storing them away. So the phones are in the classroom, you just can't access them.
Okay, so in Hilton, they allowed the kids to carry these pouches on their person throughout the day. So you never were without your phone, so there's no risk of it being stolen or anything, but you couldn't access the phone. Story on Spectrum says that they got mostly positive feedback from the students who did it. Keep in mind, however, these are also kids that, volunteered to try it out. A lot of Model UN kids, I'm going to assume.
Yeah.
My first question is this, and the phone number is 252-WCMF. What is taking so long on the cell phone ban? Because it's been 2 years we've been talking about it, right? I mean, there are schools that are already doing it without the state mandate, Kimmy.
Yeah.
The technology for these bags have existed for over 15 years.
It seems like there's multiple ways that you could go about doing this, depending on how little access you want the kids to have to their phones.
Like, did the state not want to make this a rule until they had the money to give to other schools?
Well, wasn't there like a big pushback from parents and like the safety of their kid? Like they wanted access to their kids. Like, what if I have to get a hold of my kid in an emergency? Like, I thought that was the real thing pushing, I guess, preventing schools from completely doing this.
Now, that was my take, but I didn't think it was that big a push.
I don't know.
Tommy, you don't like this at all.
No, you're fighting the future, man. That phone's going to be back in the schools. And, like, every time there's something bad happens in school, we talk about the parents, they're all down at school wanting to get their kids.
No, I'm with you.
And that's, like, the biggest thing I take away from when I watch the news with all these tragedies. Every parent is there freaking out, wanting to contact their children.
Yes.
And you're going to put them, something obviously horrible is going to happen. It's just the way the world works. And they're going to be back in. You've just wasted everybody's time.
That's why with these pouches, the kids would have them on them still.
But
or like the teacher would be able to give the kids
But when
back the
stuff
phones.
hits the fan, man, and goes sideways,
I understand.
that's not going to work.
I mean, like, to Tommy's point on that, that is my biggest fear with this.
Right.
Until you can guarantee my kid's safety inside
And
the
you
school,
can't.
you can't do it.
So teach around it, man. It's just lazy teaching.
Oh,
That's all it is.
wow.
It's lazy teaching. It's lazy administrations that don't want to deal with the future.
All right.
Just ban it.
How do you teach around it without?
I don't know. I'm not an educator.
Well, you came in hot. You didn't
These-
have any suggestions.
These dicks
so.
went to college. Figure it out, man. Learn to do your job.
No, back it up. Hold
Okay,
on.
but like the job would be to take the phone away.
No, that's the dumb way of doing things.
Okay.
Just get rid of it. It's like my
Okay.
father.
So how do you keep a kid from looking at their phone?
I don't know. Maybe have a more engaged curriculum.
Okay, you can't even say
Okay.
the word
I
curriculum.
got it. Yeah, I
No,
stuck it.
You
I
stumbled
stuck
at the
it.
end. You stumbled at the
Stuck
end.
it. Where's my phone?
Yeah, you can't even do the show without looking at your phone. And this is the
Well,
most
you wait.
This is the most engaging show in Rochester. 252 WCMF 252-9263. No, look, Kimmy makes a valid point here.
Yeah.
Okay. You see, this is why I can't ever have the same opinion as you.
Why?
Because we're on the same page.
Right,
And
you're
then
right.
you just start wildly swinging your arms.
Don't be a lazy educator.
How do you do a curriculum?
They do it in other countries.
Like what country?
You know the country I always say.
Name it.
You know, number one country
What?
for education.
Okay.
South Korea.
Okay. You're sure the kids have phones in school?
Oh yeah,
How do you know?
'Cause they all got phones.
I would
South
guess
Korea.
that they would ban it.
No, there's no ban. That's North Korea. Now, North Korea, no phone. Also, no lights. And the computers don't work. But South Korea's got it going on.
252 WCMF. The state is... So they say they're right around the corner from enacting a statewide bell-to-bell cell phone ban. And Hilton High School was part of the testing ground for this, the little pouches that they're going to use. Look, I'm not a huge fan of this, just for the safety sake of it. Tommy is now saying that teachers that are complaining are bad teachers.
No, I didn't say bad. Lazy
teachers.
And the administrators, same thing. They don't want to lead. They just want to ban.
But you can't give a solution.
No.
You can't
not
give
a single
It ain't me.
idea.
Not even a dumb
Not
idea.
even- yeah.
Which you're known for.
I'm not getting paid six figures to educate.
They're
and
not either.
administrate.
I hate to break it to you.
Those superintendents.
Okay, the superintendent maybe.
They're driving around
not
in
the
Cadillacs.
teacher, not the person in the classroom.
You're the dumbest person I've ever
By the
met.
way, like, what could a teacher have done to make you pay attention if you had a cell phone? Like, they could have been up there making balloon animals, and you still would have had your face in your phone.
The kid didn't have a cell phone and he didn't pay attention. He didn't graduate a Florida high school.
Yeah, I was looking out the window.
I mean, I feel for
Ban the
teachers
windows.
because I do think that this makes their life easier because if the decision is out of their hands, then there's less pushback. There's less of a fight that they have on a daily basis with kids, right?
All right,
like, I would think that it makes their lives so much easier
You're
if
the
a school
teacher.
just says, this is the rule and this is what's happening.
Look, I understand it. Kimmy, I'm with you. I understand it. The safety thing is what sticks out in my head
and that's
the most.
and then these things happen.
But going past that,
Yeah.
past the safety thing, you don't think kids are going to find a way around this?
Of course they are.
Well, but I guess if they're locked away.
All right, solution one. You ready?
Yeah.
Double phone. All I do
two
is bring an
phones?
old phone in, put it in the pouch. Now
Okay,
I got
I guess
my phone.
if you're willing to go to that extent.
Okay, Kimmy, we heard about a kid who was ordering DoorDash at school that was against the rules through the window of the band room a couple
No,
weeks ago.
I know that.
So if I have an
You think a parent's going to buy you two phones?
I would just
what
have
if
to
I
find
have
an
an
old
Apple
phone
Watch?
around the. What's that?
What if I have an Apple Watch?
Also a great question.
Okay. That would be tough.
And like, not to mention, most of these kids are on laptops because of school all day long.
So I'm still connected.
Yes, I mean, you don't think those
Well, I
distract?
mean, we've had laptops for a long time.
The point I'm making is, if distraction is your fear,
Yeah.
you don't think they're going to find ways to distract themselves on the laptop?
Probably, but it's just one less thing you have to worry about with the phone. I'm guessing there's way more distraction on the phone because you have access to all your friends, your social media. Like, there's no, at least on the laptop, they can kind of control what you can and can't see, what you can do.
Kimmy,
Sure, kids are going to play games.
I know we're
Do
old
all that
now.
stuff.
I know we're old now.
Yeah, you guys are super old.
Yeah.
Okay, but let's not forget all of the technological things kids were able to figure out to get around the amount of porn we watched on school computers back then.
No,
Not me, but I heard.
sure.
Yeah. Rumors.
252 WCMF 252-9263. But here's the thing.
What's up?
Again, I don't like the policy of criticize without an idea. Give me an idea, a side solution to keep the kids off the phones, and don't say better class, because what do you want them to do? If a guy dressed up like a pilgrim to teach history class, you'd crush that guy too, and that's more engaging. So how do you keep the kids off the phones in school? You're an idiot. You are an idiot.
Ban the friends.
Shut up.
Ban the friends.
You have no friends in school. Now who are you going to talk to?
I mean, Kimmy, walk through this with me.
Yeah.
All right, because the phone in the pouch all day keeps the kid from having immediate emergency access to the phone. What if you had...
Well, you could check it in between classes, though, right?
No, I thought it was only...
No, because it's bell to bell.
No, like first bell to end bell.
Oh, I thought it was like you, like in between classes.
That's Saved by the Bell. You're thinking of a different...
Because, like, once the bell hits, then you're in class, and then it hits again, and then you have your phone for, 5 minutes, however long.
How would they unlock every phone in between at the end of classes?
Before you leave the class.
Are you sure?
This sounds like the way you
I
read
always
it. It
thought
sounds
like
like
that-
no
yeah.
phone all day.
I mean, it could be. I thought, that was the point of the pouch, is that you could take it in and out.
Every story I've seen, it's been all day, and the pouch was so parents couldn't argue my kid's phone's going to get stolen. It's
Or then
on
your
them.
kid could just leave their phone in their locker and have it, in between class.
Okay, but then what I'm getting at, follow me here.
Yeah.
Instead of having to lock the phone away,
Yeah.
if you outfit every classroom with one of those, you've seen these smock doors, Kimmy, and it's got little pouches in rows. The kid puts their phone.
Oh, like a little cubby.
You got it.
All right.
Kid puts the phone in the cubby before every
All
class.
right.
Every class is outfitted with it. You can't access the phone during class, but
Yeah.
you can have it in while you're
Okay.
walking
Well,
your
that's
next
kind of the
one.
same idea as the pouch.
I'm almost positive the pouch is all day. Almost positive.
Okay.
So it would
But I
only
guess
make
I think that's
sense.
what the pouch is trying to accomplish. Like the phone is there, you just can't touch it right now until somebody says so.
All right, so Carrie Ann writes us on Instagram. Duffy on WCMF is the easiest way to get us on Instagram. Those pouches are the biggest, all capitals, joke. All the kids put old phones in the pouches and keep their phones with them all day. I'm still as smart as a 15-year-old. Even my type A, follow all the rules daughters, does this. And then she goes on and says it is an all-day ban.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, not
What school is that?
Hilton, probably.
Carrie Ann, what school? Well,
Yeah,
yeah, I mean,
you said it was Hilton was the experiment.
well, they did an experiment at
I
Hilton.
think they did. A couple schools have done different versions of it, from what it sounds like.
And there are some schools that already have made this mandatory for the school.
I like the cubbyhole idea. Yeah, because then it's in the room, but like you're not walking across. It's going to be pretty obvious if you walk. But I guess what would stop you then again from just bringing two phones?
But if the two phone, you're right. But if the two phone problem exists for the pouch is irrelevant.
Well, but you could do the same thing with a cubby.
But
I'm
I
gonna
think
put
that's
this-
Tommy's argument of why do anything if you
Yeah,
can
yeah.
beat the system that easy. Nicole writes us on Instagram. I'm surprised companies like Verizon can't find a way to put the phones on airplane mode while at school. If there's an emergency, Verizon could turn the phone back on.
How would
Like one master
switch?
switch for somebody, maybe
Well,
the principal or something.
I mean, to that that would be weird.
Yeah,
But,
that seems like a little like I don't like having like you'd have access to everybody's phone with a switch.
yeah, they do have that already. It's called owning a phone.
No, but I'm saying like the school would have your
Okay.
direct access.
Yeah, I mean, you wouldn't trust the school to have access? They could
It
flip
would be
the kid's
just a
phone on
weird
and off.
concept. Like they can turn off my phone at any time.
I mean, that's America, though, buddy.
Mm-hmm.
By the way, Athena, her daughter went to Athena.
Oh, okay.
Was the answer.
Yeah.
We got a lot of people getting in here, Tommy.
All right.
Hot on the cell phones while writing us on their cell phones.
Oh, yeah, but they sent.
Clark rates us on Instagram.
Clark. What's Clark's hot take?
Clark says, I've seen videos of kids just breaking those cases open by hitting them on a wall or bringing in a strong magnet that could open them up. Okay, that's going to be another thing, man. Those kids are going to start doing business.
Yeah.
$3, I'll unlock your phone with this
Right.
magnet here. I don't know. I think that we always underestimate the technological savvy of teenage kids.
Right, and it's here to stay.
No, that's
No, I mean, it's so like it's not going away. They're gonna figure out a way.
okay. So then simply give me an idea.
I did, but you didn't like it.
What?
Put it back on the administration
No,
to
you
do a
just
better
said-
job of educating.
You just yelled lazy.
Yeah, because they're not teaching anymore.
Oh my.
It's open up your
God.
laptop,
Oh my God.
click over here, do
Man,
that.
without a high
email
school
your-
diploma,
email your goddamn homework.
whose
in.
father spent the modern equivalent of $80,000.
Yeah. had it.
Question. Didn't your wife work in a school?
Ooh.
Yes, she did 20
Okay,
years.
so she knows a lot of these people that you speak of that aren't doing their jobs.
Oh, I heard
Oh,
on the
yeah.
radio that she was just lazy.
Are you allowed to go home today?
No, she was one of the good ones.
Yeah, that's what I'm
That's
lazy
what attracted me to her. She was a hard worker.
252 WCMF. Scott's got a solution because you're an idiot who
All right.
just runs his mouth.
All right, Scotty boy.
Scotty, what's up, buddy?
Hey, I was just wondering, what if there was a way to block all the signals in a classroom and have a switch? If there was an emergency, you turn it on, and other
somebody
than that,
else
it's off.
somebody else had brought up that idea. Is there someone else talking about that? Because I hadn't heard this idea. And now
The
there's
master switch.
two people.
Or like, wait, yeah.
You just shut it
prevent
down.
the service.
But then again, there would be
I don't know.
Wi-Fi in the school for the laptops. You could just get it on
Yeah.
that. That would be a problem.
And let's say who controls that switch?
Who
and-
watches the Watchmen?
The
Yeah.
teacher.
No,
The
but
teacher.
if crap goes down in the school,
Well, he's saying the teacher that's in the classroom.
but you would have to
Yes.
let's say they don't get to that switch
All right.
because these things happen randomly and
Understood. That's a better situation than my
The
phone has
master
been
switch.
locked. Yeah,
All right.
I mean, but
Or
again,
maybe everybody knows where the switch is, and nobody's allowed to flip that switch unless there's an emergency.
oh, that'll work.
sounds like life, man.
Here's the switch. You all have access, but don't touch it.
Scott, thanks for the call, buddy. 252 WCMF. We'll take one more. Taylor's got the last word. Hey, Taylor, how are you?
Hi, good. How are you?
Good, Taylor. What do you got?
So basically, my kids all have iPhones, and there's parental controls on them that limit the ability for them to use basically all apps except for phone calls and text messages. So there is ways that they're only really allowed to contact specific numbers during the day, and that can be set up for any time period that you want.
Sure. All right. So
So that
I
would be the decision more on the parents' part than the schools.
tried to do that with my oldest.
Yeah.
She
Yeah.
figured out a way around.
Oh, she did.
But I mean, look, I'm not the most tech savvy. I mean, Taylor, do you have kids of your own?
I do. I have 3.
Okay. How old?
10, 11, and 12.
So are you in the cell phone world yet?
Oh, yeah, which is surprising because, of course, I didn't get my first one until I was like 15.
And we had to walk uphill both ways to school in the snow. I get you, Taylor.
Oh, exactly.
I guess.
I tell my kids that every day.
What I'm asking you is, would you be okay if your kids did not have access to a cell phone all day long if you had to get a hold of them?
So my oldest is in 7th grade, and they already have a rule that they have to leave them in their backpacks, in their lockers, from the time they get there to the time that they leave. They don't carry their backpacks around during the day. They have to leave them in their lockers.
Okay.
So that alone does kind of upset me because part of the reason I got them phones in the first place was to be able to contact us in case of an emergency.
Sure.
So that's something we're trying to figure out.
All right. Well, Taylor, good luck. Godspeed. I hope it all works out for you.
Oh, thank you.
All right, there you go. I just want to read this take because I hate this take.
Okay.
And with all due respect to Jeff, who seems like a really nice guy. Jeff writes us on Instagram. There were no cell phones in schools in the 90s, and we survived. There was something else that happened at the end of the 90s, too.
Yeah.
Kind of changed all of that.
Yeah. There's a reason why we're having this conversation.
Yeah, so. All right, let's take a break.
All right.
Big night Thursday night, buddy.
Oh, yeah.
The future of the league on display. And it's really just a business meeting with cameras.
It is.
But because the NFL is amazing at what they do,
Yeah.
it's going to get better ratings than probably the end of the playoffs for all of the sports that are happening right now. You in?
Oh, yeah.
You don't even know when the Bills are picking. You cannot give me a number.
It's
You're the football expert.
45.
We'll get into it next here in the break room. Let's WCMF. It's a business meeting for a bunch of billionaires.
Yep.
But the NFL is so good at making money from everything they touch. It's one of the most popular sporting events in America.
Amazing.
Tens of millions of us are going to sit down on Thursday night and hang on every word. So how excited are you for the NFL draft this week? You're hanging out in the breaker, Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5, WCMF, the 2025. Oh, by the way, Where They Whining coming up in about 25 minutes.
Well, I'm ready. I am locked
Okay,
in.
I'm not even listening to what you have to
Tommy
say.
Locks.
I hear, Kimmy, the reason he hasn't won in like a year?
Why?
Lazy.
Yeah,
Lazy.
Not doing his job.
Lazy
You guys
kid.
call me lazy all the time.
Get more creative.
Where They Whining just after 9 o'clock.
Do your job.
Here in the break room on CMF. The 2025 NFL Draft kicks off live Thursday night, 8 p.m. from Green Bay, Wisconsin. I'm going to be hanging out at the Bill Gray's Tap Room in Shiloh.
Damn.
I'll be there from 7 to 9, so if you want to watch some pics with a handsome boy,
Oh, who's going?
but me, I just said I'm going to be there.
Maybe Ryan would stop by.
Oh, I'll see what he's up
He
to.
should get his own show. He's funny.
Yeah, I agree with you. I could use a new co-host. So as far as the Bills go, you're the Bills expert here on the show. We will be doing a very special Tommy Tells It Like It Is draft edition
Ooh,
on
boy.
Thursday. And speaking of Ryan, he and Danger from
Both of them?
95.7 The Fan will be in after 9 o'clock to recap Tommy's picks. You are the football expert.
Yeah.
You're going to tell us what we need to know on Thursday.
Yeah.
What draft pick do the Bills have in the first round?
Who are they looking at?
No. What number are they
Oh, what
picking?
number?
Where do they pick?
Yeah.
Oh, I think they're going to probably, low 40s.
There's 32 teams in the league.
Yeah, that's how bad they're going this year.
Okay. No, but the higher you pick, the better you are.
Yeah.
I don't know.
29. The Bills pick 29
I thought it
on
was
Thursday
30.
night. I got 29. Is it 30?
You try to box me in. You both don't know.
She's Googling. She's on it. Look, if you
Well, I
want
could have Googled.
29 and 30, 29 or 30, if you want to see it live, you'll probably have to stay up till around 11:30 on Thursday.
Pass.
And that's if the Bills even
30.
make a pick. It is 30? Damn it.
They have the 30th overall pick.
Damn it.
So I was close at 45.
I said 29. Okay. By the way, that's even if the Bills make a first-round pick. Last year, Bills fans stayed up all night
Yeah.
only to watch them trade out of the first round completely.
Still possible.
You got it. Kimmy, are you excited for Thursday night?
I'm going to watch. I'm not super excited about it, but I like it that way.
What do you mean by that?
Because like in the past, when the Bills always had like a top 10 pick, it was like a major piece that the Bills had to add to their team. Like they needed this guy to come in and they needed him to succeed. Not saying they don't still need that, but it's not as crucial as it was in the past.
Okay. That's a good take. I like that take. You excited for Thursday?
No, it's a rocket share. Who cares?
Well, no, I mean, like,
Like I said, there's no juicy pick to talk about.
for the Bills, you're saying?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
Well,
we'll
you
And I
still
don't
wanna
care about
know,
the
like-
rest of them. I don't even know. So it's Deion Sanders' kids, right?
Oh,
Basically.
you're saying like just in general the picks.
It's the Deion show.
okay, so to your point, there's not a lot of drama in the Bills pick. The Bills need a corner, D lineman, maybe a wide receiver in the first if they stay there. They also have 10 picks in the draft, by the way,
Yeah.
which could up the drama because GM Brandon Beane, he's not going to make all 10 of those picks.
Yeah.
He could be moving around.
Trading,
Bills-
and yeah.
Trading.
Trading.
The drama in the rest of the draft is good because you bring up Deion Sanders' son, Shadur Sanders. We know that Cam Ward, quarterback out of the University of Miami, is going one to the Titans, and after that, it's going to be chaos.
Yeah.
Shadur Sanders is the big mystery on Thursday night because he could end up anywhere from 2 with the Browns, 9 with the Saints, 21 with the Steelers. It's not out of the question he falls out of the first round completely, and his dad's going to be around the whole time.
And he's going to steal the show, which may ruin it for you because he may turn it into the Deion show when you want to watch a draft show.
Well, no, I mean,
he
I don't-
has the ability to suck in all the energy out of a room.
I don't mind watching the Deion show just because whatever the guy
It's
says,
gonna be
whether you
entertaining regardless.
whether you agree with him or not, I mean, what he says.
I think his act is getting a little thin.
Oh, listen to this. Well, he's the kind of guy you love. Cool, a lot of money,
Yeah.
runs his mouth.
You always
I
talk
do, but
about-
I'm kind of sick of him.
He's upset because
He's
he
got his
said
own line of sunglasses.
But now he's a freaking bird.
he's a pigeon with a cowboy hat.
Yeah,
That
I mean,
com-
it's too much, man.
that commercial always makes me laugh.
He's overexposed.
Okay, he's
Can
only
he be?
mad. He's only mad
Why?
because we told him yesterday, Kimmy, that Deion Sanders claims he's never touched himself in his
Yes,
life.
I know.
He loved Deion Sanders until that yesterday.
And that was bothering me that a young Deion Sanders had never touched his stiff self. Which is, he's a liar. He's a total liar.
Okay. So you're not excited at all.
No, I can't watch a I mean, I'll watch it, but I'm not glued
He's
to
not
it.
going to watch it. He's not
No.
What
watching
time does it come
Well,
on?
he'll
8 o'clock.
watch like all
Dynasty.
like the red carpet stuff. Like he'll watch
The outfits.
he'll watch it for the outfits initially, and then he'll get bored and turn it off.
I like when the whole family's around the couch and they're excited, but I could catch that tomorrow. I mean, the next day. You know?
Okay, no, tomorrow, which is Wednesday.
You know, when everybody jumps up and
You know,
You know what I've also found myself? I've also reached the age where I get to ask the question, is that his mom or his sister?
oh yeah, you're right.
Because like there are a lot of like hot moms, I feel like in the draft, and I think that's and sisters, and that's kind of become the story. Like they'll go viral for the people sitting next to each draft prospect will go viral.
Well, there's always going to be a viral video. Like there was that one. Who was it? The wide receiver a couple years ago, where he was on his phone, or he was sitting there talking to somebody. His girlfriend tried to
I think
take
it was his
phone.
girlfriend.
Yeah,
Yeah.
And he took the phone out
Yeah.
of her hand on
Oh.
national television
Yeah.
and like looked at her. Was
She
like,
looked bored.
oh,
No, you do not go into my phone. You know, you bring up the whole red carpet thing, Kim.
Yeah.
It is astonishing. If you're a big old sports nerd like I am, in the short amount of time, how far this draft has come. Because I vividly remember as a kid, Saturday morning is when the draft would start, and they would do the whole thing all day long. And it was from Radio City Music Hall, and it was just, a stage and pick and pick. And you have now the backstage area.
It's a rock concert.
Yes, you have a red carpet
Yeah,
where they
yeah.
have people interviewing players about who they're wearing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right? You have your
It's Bravo for guys.
fans are but it's
Yeah.
also Bravo for women because all night long, if you watch with your wife or girlfriend, which is funny because your wife cares more about the actual
She
football
does.
part than you do.
She'll watch it, and I won't.
But there are going to be, at minimum, 4 or 5 first-round picks that have some touching, tragic, inspiring
Oh, yeah.
backstory.
The stories.
Yep, and that drove them to success. And your wife and you are going to go, oh my God,
So sad.
oh my God. And those TV productions, whether it's ESPN or the NFL Network or ABC, because it's on like 5 channels.
Yeah.
It's like the president speaking in the 60s. They're going to milk every ounce of that.
All the emotion. You'll be drained.
Like my wife, when I get home from Bill Gray's, is going to have this on. And she, did you see that? Did you know? Is Rory McIlroy going to get drafted? Did he get his jacket yet? You reminded me of a story
What?
that we were all involved in. 252 WCMF. I forget. We're talking about the draft.
We were involved?
Yeah, what happened?
All 3 of us.
Oh.
Draft Thursday night. Kimmy brought up the sadder times for Bills fans
Yeah.
when we were always picking high.
Yeah.
So the first ever, we used to do a live draft show
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
on Thursday nights.
Yeah, didn't we do it from Champs over there at Eastview?
No, we did it at the old TC Hooligans in Greece.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, that one too.
No, that was the time you just went and got French fries. All right, so this was the year the Bills drafted Sammy Watkins, and we were all
Yeah.
excited.
At a Clemson, right?
You got it.
Yeah.
But the Bills didn't have that high a pick, so we had to fill like an hour and a half before we got to this pick. All right, so here was the plan.
Yeah.
Kimmy and I, Tommy left for the actual draft show. So we're on the air doing the draft show. And we invited this guy. His name was Alex Nooch. Do you remember meeting Alex Nooch?
I do.
He was a wide receiver from the University of Buffalo.
He was a Buffalo kid, right?
Yep, from our area.
Yeah.
He came with his girlfriend?
Yes, he drove all the way from Buffalo.
Yeah.
And
I remember this now.
He had a chance to get drafted. He had come out of nowhere. He was
Yeah.
like this big, exciting thing. So we had talked to him on the air a couple of times before to follow like a non-premier draft pick.
Yep.
And we invite him out thinking he's not going to come. The kid gets in his car with his girlfriend on draft night and drives to TC Hooligans at the mall.
Yep.
And we're like, all right, we got an hour and a half to hang out with Alex, see where his head's at. The Bills trade up to number 4. The kid drove all the way up from Buffalo. We had to be like, sorry, we're done.
Yeah.
The poor
Yeah.
kid came and hung out for an hour.
Oh, that's
talked
the
to
end of
us
our show.
yeah,
Goodbye.
for 3 minutes, and it was like, and we're
Did
done.
he ever end up playing?
He signed with the Bengals, ended up not making the league.
Oh, so he didn't even.
Yeah, I mean, he signed with the Bengals, was in training camp, and then that was
That's
the end of
it?
Yeah.
Wow.
But like, I've never felt so bad in my life.
Yeah.
Like, he was such a nice dude.
Yeah,
Yeah.
good looking couple.
Bent over for us, came on out, and we're like, hey, sorry.
Nice young man.
Go F yourself. Sorry, bud. Sorry about that.
We don't have time for you anymore.
But we've got time for all of you Thursday night at the Bill Gray's Tap Room in Chi-Li. And again, on Thursday, we'll be doing a very special edition of Tommy Tells It Like It Is. So after 7:45, I'm going to give you 3 questions about what you think the Bills are going to do in the draft.
Right.
I assume you will also have a bonus pick, even though you're not entirely sure how the draft works.
Oh,
Because you had the Bills' first
It
round.
usually comes to me.
Yeah. You had the Bills' first round pick at 45.
Yeah.
And then,
Yeah.
just after 9 o'clock on Thursday, our actual experts come in.
The Wad Squad.
From 95.7 The Fan, the Sports Bar, our good buddy Mike Danger, and from the Let's Go Duffalo podcast,
Who's that?
Ryan Duffy.
Ryan Duffy
Will be in, by the way, a brand new Let's Go Duffalo, getting ready for the draft. Up now.
Oh, your podcast.
Yes, the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcast. Let's Go Duffalo. It's a good one.
Oh, I bet.
Great dad story in there.
Okay.
About
Wait, your dad?
My dad.
Okay.
Yeah, our dad's
Your
son.
dad, yeah.
Me and Ryan's dad. About the time my dad bought a box of chocolates for the former Bills general manager trying to become his best friend. It's a great story.
Oh, yeah.
All right, let's take a break. We got Where They Whining coming up in just a little while. But before we get there, any car accident involving a school bus is scary.
Oh, God, yeah.
Okay, so luckily everyone is okay here. But Kimmy brings up a good point.
What's that?
Even if it was someone else's fault, you can't get out of that car hot, can you?
No.
We'll get into it next. Let's see you back. I mean, this would take so much self-control. It'd be hard to blame someone for immediately being hot getting out of this car.
Yeah.
And I guess, Kimmy, maybe the little faces that you would see right away would be enough for you to hold back.
Should be.
I don't know, man. I think you're underestimating your anger.
All right.
Hey! You're hanging out at the Breaker, Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5, WCMF. Where They Whining coming up in just a little while. But before we get there, yesterday, a school bus and a pickup truck crashed on the corner of Dewey and Eastman Avenues.
Oh, all right.
In the city of Rochester. So both the bus and the truck had damage. Luckily, nobody was hurt.
All right.
Kimmy, did you see the picture of the bus?
I did. I saw the side of the bus.
It cracked into the side of it and put a big hole in it.
Oh, wow.
Right, but not where anybody was. Nobody knows the cause of the crash yet. 3 kids were on the bus, but again, nobody was hurt.
Okay.
So, Kimmy, you saw this story, and your first thought was?
My first thought was not knowing, how this accident happened, who potentially caused it. Like, even if you're that person in the pickup truck or the vehicle that crashes into a school bus, even if it was the bus's fault, you got to keep your cool. And I know that has to be so hard because you just watched this whole thing play out and go down, and now you're super inconvenienced. Who knows how much damage has been done to your car, but with those little kids on the bus potentially, you got to keep your cool. You're going to look like the bad guy getting out of your car and flipping out at the bus driver.
Okay. You're saying all the right things.
I know.
Right? And logically, it makes perfect sense. I think it might be impossible to do that.
Really?
First,
you don't lose your crap in front of kids.
First off, you have just the standard car accident,
Yeah,
right?
Sure.
Period. Like if it was the bus's fault, and again, we don't know. Right? So put that there. Then the fact that this is going to be a way more complicated car accident than any other car accident because you're now having to deal with like a school district and their insurance.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so that's a problem. 3, if it was, again, in a hypothetical situation, the bus driver's fault, you would also be scared that those kids were put in danger and how bad you would have looked. I mean, in that moment, you don't know if any of the kids are hurt.
That's true.
Right?
Right.
I don't know if the average person would be able to get out of the car like, oh, fiddle-dee-dee, the terrible thing that has. Everyone okay?
So there's one other outlier.
Oh.
Let's say you get out of the car, you get out of your truck, and you're going to be Mr. Cool, right? Bus driver gets out of that bus, starts lighting your ass up. Even though you think they did it, she said you endangered these children.
I love how in the accident, I love how every other story he tells, he automatically goes he.
Yes.
But when it's a car accident, he goes she.
I didn't say she.
You said
did. You
she.
literally just said she.
What if they?
Thank you.
She starts lighting your ass up, saying, I got children in this bus. You're driving like a maniac. You were making me nervous. And then she starts, and the finger comes out.
Oh, finger comes out.
Finger to the face.
It's going to take everything you have, but you still have to.
Oh, you have to.
I think it's impossible. I think you guys are living in a fantasy world if you think you would not react in a negative way there. And here's what sucks about that situation, too. I think people that see a bus get in a car accident with another car, they're going to automatically assume the car driver.
There's going to be people that see this or come upon the situation without
it's children
and make an assumption.
And if that bus driver's yelling at you, they're going to double assume.
Yeah.
But if you yell back at the bus driver, it looks even worse.
Sure, you're yelling at a woman on the middle of the street.
For God's
or
sake.
or are they?
Or are they?
It could
Was
be
that progressive?
It could be a she or a they. I don't know.
Okay.
A she, they. I don't know.
I mean, are you allowed to make sure the kids are okay? Because that would be my first
It's
concern.
not I don't think you're allowed to. It's not your responsibility.
I'm going to say don't talk to the kids.
Okay,
Yeah, stick your head in. Hey, kid, you all right in there? That was pretty
stay,
wild, huh?
Stay off the bus.
No, but like, I mean, if you get in a car accident with somebody else in a standard accident, right?
Yeah.
As we talk about the school bus accident yesterday, again, everybody's safe. There were 3 kids on the bus, Dewey and Eastman Avenues in the city of Rochester, but it was a pickup truck and a school bus. If you hit somebody else or they hit you, your first question is, are you okay?
Right. But you wouldn't go in and ask if their kids are okay.
Well, like if I would walk up to the car and make sure, is everyone okay?
I guess you could do something like that, but if the bus driver is already taking control of the situation, you just need to shut up.
Well, but I mean, if I didn't ask, if I didn't find out if the kids were okay, that would be on my mind until I found out.
But nobody
for
really
sure.
cares. Like, the kids don't care. The bus driver
No,
doesn't
but
care.
he's saying if you don't, the unknown.
It's
Like,
gonna
you don't
bother
know how
you.
many
It's
kids.
gonna bother me personally.
You don't know how many kids are on the bus. You don't know how badly they're like shaken up in there. Like, I would, even if the kid was just crying, it's going to be enough to bother you.
Yeah, like selfishly, I need to know that when this is all said and done, these kids are going to go home and they don't have to go to the hospital and maybe nobody's like seriously hurt. I need to know that, or else I'm going to.
I'm going to say as little as possible.
Do you not, kid? Did that not cross your mind?
No, because I don't want to get legally sued and stuff.
Legally sued, as opposed to
street suing.
Street suing
on the street. No, I don't want to say anything to hang myself either, because I don't want to give her or he or they driver any information that could get me in trouble legally.
No, you know what just happened, Kimmy? It didn't even occur to him to be worried about the kids.
No.
You're so selfish. You just had a bus.
Or he
and
was
you're not
picturing
even
a bunch of punk kids like him that had to ride the bus at 17.
18.
Yeah, I'm going to matard the situation. Man.
Okay.
Just chill.
I mean, Kimmy, you would want to check on the kids, right? But
Here,
she's a monster too.
Yeah, it's not so much that I don't care about the kids.
You don't care. It was
no, I just I don't want to cause any further issues for myself.
Right, that's the same thing I said. You
And
want
I
to go in there, hey
honestly,
kids, how you doing? You want some candy? Huh? Here's a break room sticker. Put it on your lunch bag.
I don't know. I'm talking like that. Did my mouth get hurt in the accident?
Because what good am I going to do at that point?
Nothing. There's nothing you can say or do.
Look, again,
Yeah,
I'm
not
selfish.
hopping on to help anybody.
I can't touch the kids to help them if they're hurt.
You sound disappointed. I'm telling you, it's a purely selfish thing. It is just
Well, it's
so,
a dad thing because you're a parent.
No, I think I'm just
No,
a
he
decent human.
You're
I
also
just what?
No, you just want to know that you didn't hurt anybody.
Thank you.
But you may not have that answer yet either.
right.
Like, could you imagine if you watch a guy get in an accident, he gets out of his car and he just stands next to his car while there's other people in the car and he's not checking on them? You would think that guy's a monster.
Yeah, but I'd also be the same
What
guy.
if the kids on the bus start flicking you off from the window?
Would that make you
Drawing
mad?
like penises on the window?
I think that would
Also,
actually.
they've heard the show.
I think that would actually bring the temperature down.
All right.
I think I would laugh at that.
All right.
Like once no one hurt is going to
It's
draw
like,
a penis on a
it's
window.
them giving you the thumbs up in a way.
Yeah.
All good in here.
Like nobody with a broken collarbone is going to be like, hold on, I got to draw this penis. Lift my arm into the shape of a penis on this window, please. All right. So luckily, everyone is safe.
Good.
No incident. No reports of any people screaming at each other. So it all worked out.
All right, see?
Yeah. Unfortunately for Tommy, he can't get this thing to work out ever again.
What's that?
You're where they whining picks.
Oh, I'm ready, buddy.
Okay, shut up. Every week we do this.
Hot.
You don't even factor in anymore. You're the Aaron Rodgers of where they whining.
He once was great.
Okay,
Right.
I take it back. You're not, because you're right. Aaron Rodgers once was great. You were never great. You were never great. But we are on the verge of something unbelievable.
Well, we virgin.
All right, so Kimmy's got her post. She's going to read it out loud, and everybody's got a shot here. Armand, who, if you listen to the show, you may know, has been on the most unbelievable heater and where they whine in history. He won. He then, observing our new rules, had to pick from the back end. Somehow won again, and the last pick took a week or two where nothing went well.
Yeah.
And he won again last week.
Yeah.
So he will be picking last. And Armand will be going for his fourth star.
No. Oh, it's
in
fourth
like
star.
6
Yeah, I
or
was gonna
7
say, he
weeks.
has
Yeah.
4 total currently.
It's the hottest streak in history.
I told you, after Where They Whine in last week, somebody wrote us on Twitter that they wanted Armand checked for performance-enhancing drugs. That's how insane this
Yeah.
is. We're going to find out if Armand can pull off the impossible,
Damn.
or if there is someone calling us right now at 252-WCMF, 252-9263, that can end Armand's run.
All right.
And we'll do it next, Where They Whine in, here in the break room. Let's see it. Today we find out if this man, if he shows up, by the way, because we don't have him yet, he is not here, can do what no break room listener has ever done before. And which one of you listening can block him from doing it? You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. It's Wednesday. It's 9 o'clock. It's time for Hate Mail of the Week. And if you're joining us for the first time, here's how it works. What was that?
I just ate.
Here's how it works. Bah. What are you, a vampire? Aha! 1, 2, 3, 7. Kimmy's got a post in the neighborhood apps that you guys send her. She has removed street names and town references. She's going to read it out loud.
All right.
But despite the fact that that information is missing, there are still little clues. You have to listen.
I have to listen.
Listen. And when you listen, you will pick up on those clues and figure out what town, neighborhood, village this post is coming from. You're going to call us at 252-WCMF when there is an open phone line, and you're going to tell us where they whine. So a new rule that was implemented by you listeners at the start of this year is the winner from the week before, much like the NFL draft on Thursday night, has to pick last. Armand, who is a regular caller to the show, a couple weeks ago, called and won. He then the next week became the first break room listener to ever win from the final spot. He went back to back, which is pretty amazing at the time. Then last week, he won again from the third spot.
So he's the most successful person ever to come out of the break room. Ever.
I don't know.
History of the
Ridge Sloppy Flaherty?
Oh, yeah, I forgot about it.
He's doing pretty good.
Yeah.
What I'm getting at is, in the last 6 weeks, Armand has somehow picked up 3 stars. And he looks to be the first man to ever win from the back spot twice.
Wow.
If we find him, we can make this happen. If we do find him, everyone on hold ahead of him has a chance to knock him off his throne. And we start with the post.
All right.
Are you ready?
I'm ready.
Kimmy, are you ready?
Ready.
Let's make it happen.
Rockport! Reese! Fairport! Where they whining?
The parking. Sorry, I'm just preparing myself for Tommy to cut in here.
Go ahead.
The parking situation near blank is absolutely horrendous. There are people coming in from all over who don't know how to drive.
Shut up, you dick! You almost had misdirection.
I know. There are people coming in from all over who don't know how to drive, let alone park, and it is now taking its toll on my vehicle. I have scratches all up and down the sides of my door. People drive around like they've never driven a car before. I watched a young man in a shiny new Bronco swing his door wide open and almost cause a major accident. No regards for his safety or anyone else's. That's the kind of thing I'm talking about. I've noticed a major lack of awareness from anyone parking their car here. They're bumping into cars, they're scraping doors, and no one is parking between the lines, and they're parking illegally. I see it every time I go on my daily walk. Apparently, the cops don't care either because I've never seen a ticket on a single vehicle. I won't even get into the lazy delivery drivers who don't think the rules apply to them.
Ooh.
You should familiarize yourself with an area before going to a business or road you've never been. It's safer for you and the people who actually live here. Is there a number you can call just to report parking violations? I will take photos for proof if necessary.
All right.
All right.
I already know what you're thinking. You're going to blow it. I already know what your stupid brain is thinking.
You don't know nothing.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. What'd you hear?
Well, you didn't do your thing.
We do that when we go to the phones.
Oh, I'm sorry. All right.
This is the second time you have done this to me.
I forgot.
Look, man, I don't do a lot well.
It's okay. He's just
But
trying
you know
to
what I
remind
do
you.
well?
Yeah.
You know what I do well?
What do you do well?
Run where they whining, bitch. So as I asked previously,
I lived in this neighborhood.
I knew you were going to do it. I knew he was going to do this.
2 years.
I knew it.
Did you? Did you know?
I knew it.
They whining in Cornhill.
Why Cornhill?
This fits the bill because there's no parking in Cornhill unless you have assigned parking off street. You had to park in the street, and it was always an issue. So a lot of those other apartments, if you have like 2 people, 2 cars, one's got to go in the street. There's no place to park.
Okay.
And it's a big issue.
I knew. This is why you
And
haven't.
there's also a lot of old man walking in that area because it's all sidewalks, and it's lit.
This is why you haven't won in a year.
You know I'm right.
No, you hear one thing up front. You do not listen to the rest of the post. I knew you were going to say
Old
somewhere.
man walking, City parking.
I knew you were going to go city. I knew you were going city as soon as you heard scratch cars and parking on the
Who's scratching cars in the burbs?
There are tons of suburbs.
Where's your type burb?
Old man wave.
Not where your mom lives.
Suburb. Old suburb.
Loose town. Wide open spaces. Drive a tractor trailer through it.
Shut up. All right.
Won't even slick up the side.
Will you shut up? By the way, they also said businesses. This could include parking
There's
lots.
businesses in Cornhill.
Name one.
The Cornhill Cornery.
There are businesses in Cornhill.
There is one plaza.
No, there's that strip.
There is
there's
one
that strip right
plaza
there,
in Cornhill.
Right.
No, you can't name one Cornhill.
Oh, no.
business.
There's other things popping up.
Well, name it.
I can't. I haven't been down there in a while.
Yeah, my car doesn't go that way anymore, but I know it's got to be that neighborhood. All right, this is a suburb. It's not the city. Kimmy is trying to throw you here.
No, it's not. I'm telling you.
Okay, what do you got? You
No,
can
because-
say, please.
No, I'm not. I don't want to give any more clues, but there's
Wait,
clues.
you're-
You don't want to give any clues. You already picked.
I know. What clues are you giving?
You are the dumbest man I've ever met in my life. And I know a lot of dumb people.
You know them
I don't
all.
want to give anybody any clues as to what my pick is that I just made.
No, but I don't want to in case mine flops.
Well, I mean, you can say whatever you want. You already made your picks.
No, I'm
It
not going to
doesn't
say
matter.
anything.
Okay, you're dumb. This is a suburb. It's an older suburb,
Scratching doors.
and it's a suburb with a lot of elderly people. There's two towns I got in my head.
Ooh.
I think I'm trying to remember what the pick was last week. Nope, it wasn't this one. I'm going with Brighton.
Brighton.
Brighton is a weird town because it touches everywhere. Brighton is also a strange town because there are parts of Brighton that are built like the city of Rochester. Where
Well, that'd be the only thing you've got is 12 corners.
Well, no, I mean that whole area and then down the street a little bit where you have tight driveways that fit like one, maybe two cars, a lot of street parking. You got a lot of elderly folks that are not driving as well as they should be anymore. Folks that may be parking outside the lines or whipping their doors open. What? I didn't hear anything. What?
So you're saying it's elderly people not knowing how to drive.
That's exactly
and
what I'm saying.
opening up doors.
Yes, that is
in
exactly what I'm saying. They whining in Brighton.
That's a hateful tick.
Why is that hateful?
The old people can't do a goddamn thing. Can't park. Can't open a
You
goddamn
literally
door.
just said old man walking.
That's different. Regular old man walking. Bow-legged.
Why are they bow-legged?
Most old men start getting bow-legged.
Okay. The phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. As Tommy tried to indicate earlier, there's one rule and one rule only.
Sorry.
No, it's fine. No, you just keep running your stupid mouth with your paisley cuffs folded up like a bitch. You get one pick.
All right.
One pick only. If you're on hold and you hear someone else say the town you were going to say, you got two options. You can hang up the phone, try again next week. We will not be mad. Or pick another town. If we answer the phone and you say, well, as good as but then you have been disqualified, and the commissioner has all final say. 252-WCMF. Are we ready?
Let's do it.
Let's start with Marty. Marty, where are they whining, buddy?
I agree with you, Duffy, that it's too obvious to go city.
'Cause you're
so
smart.
I'm going to say...
Yeah, what are you going to say there, Marty?
You talked over.
I'm going to say Greece.
Okay,
All
now,
right. Greece, that's what you like, Marty? No place to park there, Greece, huh, buddy?
Marty, that was a terrible pick. Greece
There's
has,
nothing but parking
it's
lots
literally-
of wide streets.
it's the suburb of off-street parking, Marty. What are you doing?
There's a lot of businesses down there, and people don't know how to park.
In the parking lot
Yeah, I can't think of a single place
where
it's
you
not
just pull in and out.
easy to park or driving. Like, it's the most drivable town in the greater
I think it was
Rochester area.
voted like one of the most drivable towns in the country.
Shut up. Nobody voted that, you
Did
idiot.
you hear about that, Monty?
Well, I got a question for you, Duffy. When's the last time you've driven to a Wegmans lately? And you've seen the parking situation.
Saturday? Even Wegmans, when it's totally full, there's still like 4 rows of parking wide open, Marty. This is a terrible pick, Marty. Terrible.
We'll see.
Yeah, we will.
We'll see.
We will see, Marty. Thank you for the call. Have a good rest of the day. 252-WCMF. Let's stick with the E names.
All right.
Let's go with Cody. Hello, Cody.
Hello, Duffy.
Where are they whining?
They're whining in Fairport this week.
Ain't no Fairport.
I don't hate that one. Why Fairport?
So, well, you might not hate the pick, but maybe you hate the reasoning. We'll see.
Okay.
The reason I'm going with Fairport is a couple things. First off, it's an older neighborhood for the people that live there, younger for people visiting all the time for nightlife bars, canal side, that sort of thing.
Good call. That's a good call.
Don't defend him.
there are a decent amount of parking lots, but they're all decently tight to get in and out of, especially because there's a lot of action there over the summer. And Main Street, for the last 3 years, has almost always been under some kind of construction, making street parking a bitch. So I'm thinking that there's a lot of people parking in places that they shouldn't be, either on the street or off the street, because a lot of your street parking's gone.
That's a good take. See, remember, your buddy lives over there, and I went over there to punch people in his face in his garage, had to park on the street. Not a lot of parking, not a lot of driveways, man. Tight driveways. Cody, as much as I hate you as a human being, that's a solid pick this week, Cody. I don't hate that one.
Kimmy, mark this down. Mark this down. Duffy likes my pick for one.
Don't tell Kimmy what to do.
It means it's probably wrong.
I was going to say, I don't know if that's a good thing,
anyway.
Cody. We'll find out.
Cody, thanks for the call, buddy. 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Let's talk to Pete. Hey, Petey, where they whining, buddy?
I was going to go with my gut, but I think that you guys are really starting to think that Kimmy's trying to throw you. I'm actually going to agree with Tommy. I think this is a city thing. I'm going to go Park Ave.
No, it's always smart to go with what Tommy said.
Well, Park Ave also checks all the things that she said.
What are you talking? It checks also Fairport and Brighton.
Tell me where a delivery truck has to park off on the street to deliver in Fairport. And when they have every service lane, they have service lanes for these guys.
Main Street in Fairport, where all the businesses are.
No, they pull in, man.
Pull in where? On the non-driveway?
They have parking lots and they have service areas.
Not on the opposite. What are you doing?
You look like one of those balloons out in front of the used car lot.
Balloon? Oh, is that what you call them? The balloons with a face?
Blowy guy.
Balloons with a face. All right, Pete. So you're going Park Ave. Why are you going Park Ave? Wasn't Blowy Guy your nickname in high school? Not you, Pete. Tommy. Pete, you were saying. I'm sorry.
Oh, my God. No, I think you guys are falling into Kimmy's trap, thinking that you figured out her trap, and I don't think it's a suburb. I think it's city.
I know that you know that Kimmy knows that I know that you pick.
It's a trapception, Kimmy. All right, we got you for Park Ave, Pete. Thanks for the call. I don't think it's Park Ave either, because I think the folks that go down to Park Ave are around Park Ave a lot. Either you're in Park Ave or you're not. I could see Cornhill, even though I think it's a stupid pick, but not Park Ave.
All right.
252-WCMF.
Wait.
252-9263. All right, we're slammed with Chris's.
Oh, what are your fantasies?
Yeah, well,
Not even Saturday night.
Can we get you a joke book? Can we do that?
One you didn't write?
252-WCMF. Let's start with Chris 1. Chris 1, where are they whining?
I'm going to say Irondequoit.
Why Irondequoit?
Because I like Titus Ave, where they have the restaurants and bars and stuff like that. I just think it might be tougher parking there.
Well, you sound pretty confident.
Yeah, I am.
That's why he's Mr. Personality.
All right, Chris 1, thanks for the call. Let's hope Chris 2 was a lot better than Chris 1. Chris 2, Electric Boogaloo, where are they whining, Chris 2?
Am I Chris 2?
You're the
you
last.
don't want to be one.
Okay.
What's
All
up,
right. Well, I was confused for a minute there. Okay, I'm going to go with Pittsburgh.
Why
The bill.
Pittsburgh?
Yeah, because I can't park there. I go to get something to eat. There's no place to park.
Where the hell are you eating? You can't park in Pittsburgh.
There's a giant effing parking lot in every corner.
Where are you eating?
I go to the Aladdin's. We like
Mediterranean boy.
Ooh, I like hummus and rice and chicken.
Can I have an olive sandwich?
Oh, I want to eat my meat on a stick.
I want to look at the canal and the ducks.
Oh, they skip dog boats at the place next door.
You park across the street. There's a whole line of parking.
Line of parking is what they call it.
For the delivery trucks and stuff, what the lady was complaining about, I think that, that's a problem.
All right. Chris,
So he's saying shown place.
Yes, that's what he said. Chris, too, you're good at eating olives. You're terrible at picking towns. But thank you for the call. I really appreciate it.
That was the worst pick of the year so far.
Yeah, I think we can agree on that.
Did you just ooh somebody that eats at the same place and parks in the same place as you do?
I started doing. He jumped on the ooh, but yeah,
right.
this man is
Just wanted to
describing
clear that up.
what you do.
Yeah.
And he doesn't need to park there, Kimmy. Here's within walking distance. Password on the canal. Take my little dog
Is it
in there.
windy that day?
Hey, my little dog. You had an olive pit stuck in your bridge work. Oh, it's a pot of pit somewhere. I can't get around. I don't know. 252-WCMF. 252-9263. Kimmy, can we get a reread before we go back to folks on hold, please?
Sure can.
Thank you.
The parking situation near blank is absolutely horrendous. There are people coming in from all over who don't know how to drive, let alone park, and it's now taken its toll on my vehicle. I have scratches all up and down the sides of my door. People drive around like they've never driven a car before. I watched a young man in a shiny new Bronco swing his door wide open.
Oh, money. That's a money car. Shiny new Bronco.
And almost cause a major accident. No regards for his safety or anyone else's. That's the kind of thing I'm talking about. I've noticed a major lack of awareness from anyone parking their car here. They're bumping into cars, they're scraping doors, no one is parking between the lines, and they're parking illegally. I see it all every time I go on my daily walk. Apparently, the cops don't care either because I've never seen a ticket on a single vehicle. I won't even get into the lazy delivery drivers who don't think the rules apply to them. You should familiarize yourself with an area before going to a business or road you've never been. It's safer for you and the people who actually live here. Is there a number you can call just to report parking violations? I will take photos for proof if necessary.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. Tommy is in Cornhill. I am in Brighton. Marty is in Greece. I take it back. Pittsford was bad. Greece was the worst one. Cody is out in Fairport. Don't hate that one. Pete believes that us thinking Kimmy tricking us is actually Kimmy actually tricking us by not tricking us. So he's in Park Ave. We had two Chris's. Chris 1 went Irondequoit. Chris 2, he sucks. He went Pittsford. 252-WCMF. We went Chris 1, Chris 2. Now let's get a lady Chris. Christine. She's on CMF. Christine, where are they whining?
First of all, Pat, today's Tuesday, not Wednesday, so you know, try to get your days straight.
I don't care. I don't care. Nobody cares.
I do, because you're wrong. Second, I'm going to say this is Brockport.
Okay, Christine.
God.
Okay. It's a walking place.
Nobody has.
What?
Go on, Christine.
Are you so bitter that I still disqualified you in this game? You still haven't let that go, have you?
We have so much fun, and then Christine calls every week. Go on. You were saying Brockport?
Okay, Brockport. You got walkers. You got a lot of off-street parking. You got people coming where they don't know the roads. And you got somebody, and it's not an old man, because how many old men can get into a brand new shiny Bronco? Not many.
No, I mean, it's really
How
tough.
many young men take daily midday walks?
I'm not. No, this
Dumas.
is the person complaining would be someone like you, who can't get
I'm
into.
complaining right now.
And by the way, she's right. All those roads that people don't know in Brockport, like
Those
the
twisty,
one road.
Yeah, the twisty, windy, confusing Brockport roads.
The road. The road.
I don't. Well, the whole idea of this point now with us callers is to make sure you guys don't win.
This is why you're single.
I'm not single.
Not yet.
You should be.
Christine, great call. Thank you. We got you for Brockport. 252-WCMF, 252-9263. All right. We have Armand.
Oh, all right.
He is not going now. I just want to let you know we are on the brink of break room history.
All right.
If there's anything left, but let's rip through some. 252-WCMF, let's talk to Barber. Barber, where are they whining, buddy?
I'm going to go with South Wedge.
Okay.
Because between South Ave and South Clinton, there's a lot of little bars and restaurants and things, but probably 90% of the homes there don't have a driveway. So everyone's got to park out on the street, and it's really narrow streets. It's really tight.
I mean, he is not wrong. South Wedge is a bitch to park in.
Yeah.
It is a biatch. But again, Kimmy trying to trick us being tricked by Kimmy, which causes the trick in the first place.
Yeah.
I don't know, Barbara.
All right.
Like she said, ever since something opened, and South Wedge has had a lot of things open in the last 6 months or so. So that could be the clue.
Popping.
Barbara's got it. Barbara,
Always
thanks, buddy.
popping.
We got you for South Wedge. 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Let's talk to Caleb. Caleb, where they whining?
We're going with Victor.
Why Victor?
Eastview Mall.
Yeah, all that tight parking at Eastview Mall. 70 acres of pavement.
There's so much pavement you can see the hills in the pavement.
You can. You can see the curvature of the earth at the end of the parking lot.
Where the world ends.
Yes.
Eastview Mall.
God. Caleb.
I know, I'm a disappointment. I'm used to it.
Yeah, all right, Caleb, that's okay. Try
That's
again.
our point.
Try again next week, buddy.
Did you just make Caleb bully himself?
Yes,
Yeah.
yes.
Pat, I love you.
I love you too, Caleb. Good talk, buddy.
All right.
See? We finish it with love.
Okay.
I don't really love Caleb. I just said it because it got awkward.
I hate his name.
No, Caleb's a good dude.
I can't stand his name.
It's a biblical name. It was just Easter. The Pope died yesterday. Caleb's a good name.
Is there Caleb in the Bible?
Yeah.
Didn't he get his ass kicked by like some jackass?
Most people in the Bible got their ass kicked.
Like he was like running his mouth and somebody took care of business?
Yeah, he was outside the Bar of Galilee. Shut up. What are you talking
It was the guy with the gun.
252 WCMF. Let's talk to Steve. Steve, where are they whining, buddy?
They're whining over in East Rochester.
Why East Rochester?
There's a lot of on-street parking over there. It's super tight over there.
Tight town.
Right up and down Commercial Street. There's tons of businesses and bars. And these are the kind of people that are going to complain about not being able to park the car in the yard. So
it is a walking town. It is a walking town.
Wait.
It is a walking town.
You got East Rochester's yard parkers, bro?
Oh, definitely, man. I used to work in ER all the time for years. They're yard parkers.
Yard parker? I've never heard
I know
that
what he's
term
talking
before.
about.
You've never seen
Pull the car right up on the front lawn, get out, walk inside, and who cares?
Yeah, they popped the curb.
Like when I was when I was growing up, we were a yard parker house.
Oh, really?
We only had a one-car driveway. We had, when I had a car, we had 3 cars, so I
Well,
would
that's
park
because
it.
you grew up in Gates. That's yard parkers out in Gates, too.
Where you live, Steve?
I'm not going to say.
Where you live, Steve? Steve, where you live, Steve? Steve, where you live? I want Steve, and I won't tell you where I live because I also live where yard parkers is. I'm a big old bag of trash named Steve because I'm a bitch. Bitch.
Kind of. Yeah, kind of.
Steve, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day. All right.
All right.
We have reached what might be the pinnacle of this game
Mhm.
because if this guy does this again, I don't know.
I don't know what's
He's
left
elite.
to pick.
He's elite.
What's left to
I
pick?
don't know. Yeah, I mean, we're all over.
Well, look, man, when the competition gets to a point like this, the elite find a way to win, right? There are some guys that are just clutch.
Mhm.
Armand has 4 stars.
Yeah.
He has picked up 3 of them in like the last 5 weeks. He is the first man to ever win, having picked from the back end after winning the week before. This star would also tie him for the lead with the handsomest boy in all of Rochester.
That's true.
And he would be the first man to ever win Where They Whinin' from the back spot twice.
Wow.
Ladies and gentlemen, our final pick of the day, Armand is on CMF. Armand, where are they whining, buddy?
I need a better introduction than that. I need, welcome the champion of champions of Where They Whining, 4-time champion. I'm going with Fairport. That was the easy one.
Oh, I'm sorry, what did you say?
Fairport.
Ah, you suck so hard, Armand! Oh, you suck so hard!
Oh, man.
Were you not listening?
After he
Armand?
gave himself that dynamite intro.
But I had to call like 10 times.
Oh,
So
you
it
have to
was
call
like,
it. Yeah, we're a very popular radio show, Armand. That's what happens.
Hey, it happens to the best of us. We all can't be great.
Kimmy, what were you were saying?
So he is the first man to win from the last spot and be disqualified. No,
Oh,
it's probably not the first for
wow.
that, actually.
My favorite part of that is what Kimmy just mentioned.
Well,
I gave him.
Yeah, Armand gave himself an amazing intro.
Oh, no, but the kick-ass intro I gave him was not enough.
No.
Allow me to add on before I puke all over myself.
Maybe next week.
Yeah, Armand, you suck. Thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day. Man, what? It's like watching an AFC Championship game that's like a 51-3 blowout. Here it comes. Ugh. All right.
All right.
Joey, recap?
I'm ready.
Tommy is in Cornhill. I am in Brighton. Marty's in Greece. Cody is out in Fairport. Pete is on Park Ave. We had 2 Chris's. Chris 1 is in Irondequoit. Chris 2 sucked all the air out of the room with Pittsburgh. Then we went with a female Chris, a Christine, that ruined the game. She picked Brockport. Barber is in the South Wedge. Caleb is in Victor with all that hard parking.
Oh, yeah. Tight.
Steve is out in East Rochester because he says that's a town of car or yard parkers. And Armand, looking to make break room history, tripped over the finish line. Disqualified himself. Are we ready?
Yes, let's do it.
Let's do this thing.
Pittsburgh! Victor! Where they whining?
Whew. The pick was there.
Wait.
Oh.
The pick was still there.
Wait, do we have no winner?
And Armand dropped the ball.
No kidding.
I don't know if he would have picked this anyways. But
What's
they
left?
whining in Canandaigua.
Oh, you know who would have had that?
Yep.
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 He would have had
The
it.
man who shall not be named.
He's. I would have never picked.
No, it makes sense.
No, it doesn't.
Bro, it said people that don't come here, it's a tourist town.
Yeah.
You got a lot of on-street parking in Canandaigua. It is a weird park.
Yeah, the Main Street's tough.
Damn. And it's where you would have a money car, like a brand new Ford Bronco.
Damn it.
Damn it.
Oh, my God.
It was all there for the taking. But the most important part is Pete is
Nobody
dumb.
got a star.
Okay, no star. That's okay. Pete is dumb because Kimmy was trying to trick us again.
Yeah.
You're dumb because you fell for the trick.
The city.
Yeah.
The city trap.
I mean, it's a city of
But I think
why
what
aren't
we're
you
finding
dumb?
here is like Tommy says one thing, and that's where everybody bunches.
Why aren't you dumb? You didn't pick it. What was your pick?
You serious?
I forgot. What'd you have?
You yelled at me for 10 minutes about why it was a stupid pick. Think hard. Think hard.
I did. I don't remember.
Brighton.
Oh, yeah, it sucks.
Which they call the Canandaigua of
yeah.
Rochester.
Beautiful
suburb.
lake views there.
Actually, wait, hold on. Is there a part of Brighton that touches any Lake Ontario?
No.
Brighton touches every other part of the greater Rochester area.
Maybe Lake Beverage. You can see it over there.
No, like my kid, I was driving home from Buffalo to go to Jamestown, and somehow I drove through Brighton while I was doing it. Yeah, it was
amazing
weird.
how it works.
All right, well, we try again next week. And again,
Lapola.
I would like to point out after Armand's dynamite intro where he disqualified himself,
Yes.
he had a shot. He had a
It
shot.
did. It was there. It
And
was
he blew
still there.
All right, let's take a break.
Okay.
There are some things we all want, but making them a law would be a little too far.
Oh.
And this seems like a politician that has an axe to grind with one specific kind of business.
Okay.
And we'll get into it next here in the break room. On CMF. I think if we all wanted to be politicians for one reason, it would be to get things done that we personally want.
Yeah.
And here's the thing. I don't think there are too many people that would argue against this, but it's not something you need to make a law.
Oh.
Even though it's very apparent that this lawmaker apparently has a problem with one specific type of business. You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5. WCMF. Allow me to introduce you to Senator Martin Looney.
Looney?
He is a senator.
What's old Looney doing?
From Connecticut.
Right.
And he is trying to pass a bill.
Oh, the Looney Law.
He wants to make it a law
Yeah.
that movie theaters post both when the movie actually starts and when the trailers start.
You can skip it if you want.
It's legitimate legislation.
I get here 15 minutes early just to watch the popcorn ads.
So here's the thing. I don't think there is a person on the planet that doesn't agree with what this guy wants to do. Because it is frustrating that you got to sit for 20 minutes.
You get there early.
You got it.
Bust jazz. Nothing.
Nothing. I got to wait 20 minutes. Right? But I don't think we have to make it a law.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean...
Movies are down anyway. I don't think that many people are getting pissed anymore.
Maybe people aren't going because we don't have the Looney Law.
Am I weird for kind of liking to watching the previews?
She likes to watch the previews.
I like to watch the previews
Well, I like the previews, but then I don't like when they just start yelling at you.
Like what?
Like sit down
phone,
and shut up.
Go to the bathroom.
Yeah.
Keep your voice down.
Standard movie stuff.
Yeah, I don't like
That's been a thing.
Wait, that bothers you?
So you'd watch 20 minutes of movie trailers, but the 10 seconds of please turn your phones off screen bothers you?
But that does. You also start getting actual commercials now that I already have at my house.
Yeah.
So I'm paying.
Yeah, you're right.
And I'm watching ads.
Yeah, but you do that with cable and streaming now.
Not all of them.
Most streaming services, even
no Netflix.
Some of them
unless you
don't let you
chintz.
skip.
Sorry, Netflix is the only one like that. If I were to become a lawmaker, the first bill I would pass is if I pay you
a streaming service.
A streaming service that was commercial free at one point, you cannot give me ads because it drives me effing nuts. And the little clock in the corner makes it
that
worse.
shot clock?
It makes it worse.
See, I like that. At least I know how long I got to pour a drink, take a squirt.
No, surprise me.
Don't mix those up.
Yeah, I don't want to know. I don't like the countdown.
All right, Kimmy, let me ask you a question.
Sure.
Let's say tomorrow you're elected Senator Kimmy.
Okay.
All right, Senator Kimmy from Rochester.
Okay.
You can put in a law anything that bothers the hell out of you that you want changed.
Anything?
Anything that you want changed. What's it going to be?
Oh, man.
And I want you to think of the same thing.
I got mine.
Oh, well, okay,
I had mine even before this became a thing.
Let's start with Tommy then, as Kimmy thinks. What is your law you are enacting?
All coffee shops from here on out can only serve coffee, not ice cream drinks.
Oh
and
you get ice cream drinks. You get fancy coffee.
Crunchy Oreo cookie stuff. No, I drink Italian coffee.
Yeah, but you get stuff in it.
Foam.
You get you get lattes?
Yeah, but I like my
cappuccinos.
He's the only politician that gets elected and immediately tries to hurt small business. He doesn't even pretend.
No, go to the ice cream store, kid.
Go to the ice cream store.
Yeah.
That's what the bill's going to call.
Mm-hmm.
Go to the ice cream store, bill.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's a terrible one.
Why? That's what you asked me what I want.
There aren't enough people that would support that. What about the people that like those drinks?
You could open up those drinks over there for those people.
Okay, nobody.
Those people could live over there and drink those drinks.
Nobody gets excited for movie trailers. There are people that will tolerate them.
Well,
Nobody gets
I like
excited.
to see something cool that's coming up.
No, but
now I get it. I get that on all my streaming services. They'll tell me go to the theaters.
Okay, so there you go. You're not going to have 100% approval for your no milkshakes at the coffee shop bill. All right, Kimmy, what's yours?
I don't know. This is too much power all at once. I don't know.
You've had a full 2 minutes.
Yeah, but there's so many things. I feel like most of the things I like are already laws. People just don't follow them.
See, my coffee thing's looking pretty good now, doesn't it?
Still stupid. This is why democracy doesn't work.
Oh.
We put Kimmy in power, and she sits there collecting her government salary, not doing a damn thing. She's not even voting.
Why? What would yours be?
I just said I would keep, if I paid for a streaming service.
Oh, that's your thing?
That didn't have
commercials.
ads. Yeah, no commercials if it started with no commercials. That is now a national law. Done. Also, no more bootleg jerseys. Bothers me.
That's a thing you want to be concerned about?
Yes, I'm concerned about that.
Yeah.
Because
Who's that hurting?
There are people that are buying those jerseys not knowing that they're bootleg.
I got one.
Oh, here we
you
go.
are on social media.
Yeah.
One post a day and one post a day only. You shouldn't have to post more than once a day.
Okay, no one would vote for you. You've just lost your election.
I would vote for me. So I got one vote.
You got one vote. Your husband wouldn't even vote for you.
Why?
Oh, I get Snapchats from him all the time.
Oh, well, no, I'm not talking Snapchat. I'm talking about, like, when you post, like, your meal or your, I don't know, whatever you're doing that day. Like, you don't have to share every minute of every day.
You sound like Tommy.
I know.
It is a lot, man. Like, I don't care.
Because like
you do, though, because you follow all of it and screenshot some of it and send it to us.
More than one post a day. I'm just scrolling by. I'm not even paying attention anymore.
There's one guy we know who was posted like 3 times a day, and we got sucked in, and he stopped posting, and now we're upset about it.
Yes, I don't. Yeah, true. Yeah.
You've both been impeached.
Okay.
We come back, wrap it up, tell you what we're doing tomorrow next. On CMF. It's going to be Rapparoo.
Audio Tuesday, Rapparoozy.
For Tuesday, Brickram CMF, that makes tomorrow Wednesday. You know what that means?
Hate, Pat. Too much hate in this world.
And we're going to give you some more Hate Mail of the Week coming at you, directed solely at us. Although I guess this is more directed at the law. We found out 2 weeks ago, based on a story that happened in Wayne County, that watching kids while drunk is a crime.
Yes.
Which sounds pretty standard, except we realized as we were having this discussion, it was nothing our parents, when we were kids, were ever concerned about.
No.
Parents were drunk together all the time watching kids. Nobody ever said anything about it. And that may be the reason why we got so much response from that story. Facebook messages, multiple letters, and we picked the one that I think encapsulated everything, the complaints the most.
Okay.
Because this man thought he lived in America. He thought he had freedom within his own home.
Yeah.
And if you can't be drunk while watching your kids, well, what's the point of even having a flag?
Or a kid.
Hate Mail of the Week tomorrow, 8 o'clock here on CMF. We got more Heart tickets. They're coming to CMAC in August. We'll get you those tomorrow. And Jolene.
What's she doing?
She's on her way in.
Oh, bless her heart.
10 at 10. 10 straight songs coming right at you right now. We got to get out of the way? For Kimmy?
Yep.
Who's ready to go beautify her community right after the show.
Yep. Sure am. You guys coming?
For Tommy Ulay, who beautifies the community by leaving it.
I got plenty to pick around my own house.
My name's Pat Duffy. We'll see you tomorrow morning in the break room, 6 a.m. on 96.5 WCMF.